like this. Hit it.
The Roger Report live morning show, weekdays at 9 a.m.
Say y'all, I was on Roger's panel a few times and I couldn't take it. The heat. I got out the kitchen. It was hot. I was sweating. I had to get out.
He's Roger, and he's right.
Check this out.
We can live or die. You choose. I have spoken to you a lot of times in hatred and anger, and you have not heard me. Well, you had better hear me today. If you won't listen to me when I make an appeal for the Negroes because you have no concern for the Negroes, listen to me when I make an appeal for America. You claim you love America. Well, we love America. But you are driving us back and you are making a Samson out of us, and we are going to pull down the pillar. And then you think we have no right to ask for something? Is it too much to ask you to grant us human dignity? Should we be put down and shot to death for this request? If so, you can aim your guns. What the hell do you think we care about dying if you're going to deny us the right to live?
Good morning, folks, and welcome to another edition of the Roger Report Live, the best show on social media. If you are new to the channel, go ahead and take a moment out to hit that like button, because this is where you're going to find the best content on social media, and you don't have to worry about it because you're going to have me right here to make sure that happens. And if you've already been coming to the channel for a while, then go ahead, hit that like button, because you already know what time it is. And you know that this is where you're going to get the best content on social media. It's not a mystery to you at this point. You've seen other people do it. You've seen other people do it well. But what you have not seen is anyone do it quite the way I do it. So make sure you hit that like button. And everyone, yes, everyone, take a moment out to share the content, y'all. There are so many people who need to get great content like this. And it's just a small thing you can do to help the world be a better place. And isn't that what we want at the end of the day? Don't we want the world to be a better place? Of course we do. So share the content out. Share it through your social media. Share it through word of mouth, or even text someone's phone. But do what you got to do to help spread the word. All right, folks, we are going to get into a very, very interesting subject. You know, I think a pretty good subject to lead into the weekend. Very good subject to lead into the weekend. We are going to talk about Black men's preference to be submissive, y'all. Black men's preference to be submissive. Yeah, this is going to be an interesting one, y'all. Black men's preference to be submissive. All right, but before we go into this, before we deep dive, first of all, I want to give credit what credit is due. We got people who who help out a lot, and I appreciate everybody who gives views to the channel. Appreciate you. I definitely appreciate everybody who makes comments at the end of streams. That means a lot. Means a lot. I really appreciate folks who actually hit that like button. That's a big deal, y'all. And you can hit that like button regardless on when the stream was put up, okay? New or old, just hit the like button, man. Hit the like button, okay? But we also have people who step up to the plate and they become financial contributors of the channel. And of course, they are a big deal. So shout out to everyone who does that. And our sponsor of today's stream is Roy Nail, one of our financial contributors. Shout out to Roy Nail. Appreciate you big time, my brother. Appreciate you big time. I know he's watches from the clouds, it seems. I don't know if I ever really see his name in the chat, but shout out to everybody who watches from the clouds. Okay, people who see it when they get time to see it, because everybody don't get to see it live. So shout out to the replay gang. Let me make sure I give the replay gang they proper love, because I really include them with everything I say about folks. So I'll also be talking about the replay gang too, but just to be more specific, so y'all know, shout out to the replay gang as well. And I don't know if he really just watches from the clouds most of the time, or is he just part of the replay gang and that's just how it goes. But shout out to Roy Nail. Appreciate you big time, brother. Appreciate you big time. Okay, and that's real talk. And let me give some shout outs to some of the first people to check in this morning, y'all. And I gave y'all the warning about this. I don't exactly quite know how it works. If you come in too hot, it ain't gonna work for you. You come in too late, somebody gonna beat you. That's the name of the game. You come in too hot, you try to do something too quick, it's not, you ain't getting it. I don't know what to tell you. You ain't getting it. So shout out to Mr. Me Too, who, and if I take a look at that comment, he's saying what it was. He said too early at Shark Sims. So look like Shark tried to do it, but you know what? Shout out to Mr. Me Too. He is the Highlander of today's stream. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Now, y'all, again, I don't quite know how it works. I think some of y'all, if we put it up, late night or something, or the previous day, I think some of y'all be trying to get in so quick and early. I think maybe you got to wait till the same day. I don't know. Y'all got to figure it out. Y'all got to figure it out. You don't say, let me know. That's what I'm going to say. Y'all let me know. But shout out to Mr. Me Too, the Highlander of today's stream. Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you. Shout out to Afro Merchant. He's checking in as well. Glad to see you, my brother. Glad to see you. My main man, Trail Bentley, is in the house representing like he always does. Hashtag long live the habitual line steppers. Hashtag Negroes in the wilderness. Hashtag dignity over vagina. Hashtag Al Gore's babies. And my personal favorite, hashtag Hail Hydra. Shout out to you, brother. Shout out to you. Shout out to Inspire True Broadcast is in the building. And there go Sarah B. Hey, Sarah. Glad to see you here. Glad to see you here. The man himself, excuse me, the man himself, keep us all in check, keep us all in line. We'll be getting a little bit off course. Chef Mike's Roundtable, the Pitmaster, is in the building, y'all. The Pitmaster is in the building, y'all. And y'all know I cracked a joke the other day, but we crack jokes sometimes. I don't want nobody to think that Chef Mike is actually ever going to be replaced, y'all. He is the Pitmaster over here at Roger Ford Live. We crack some jokes here and there. We crack some jokes here and there. But he is the Pitmaster at the Roger Report Live. And I do not overrule Chef Mike's Roundtable. And for the rest of the pit crew, if they take your soup, that's on you. I ain't saying nothing. So that's the chef or any other person on the pit crew. I ain't saying nothing. If they take your soup, they didn't took you. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know what to tell you. I don't overrule people like that. Shout out to Music Man 1982. Great to see you in the building, my brother. Great to see you. Landon is here. Shout out to you, my brother. Shout out to you. Superstar Jay Quick is in the house. Great to have you here, brother. Great to have you. Debonair brother done pulled up to the cool table. Always good to see you, friend. Always good to see you. All right, y'all. Now, I'm going to get into this conversation. And y'all, some of these conversations are very necessary. Sometimes they can be rough on people. Sometimes, but I got to get it real out over here. I got to get it real, and I got to get into the things that are actually important to Black men. And I'm going to talk about Black men's preference to be submissive. Because there's a lot of men, y'all, who are raised by women. And I'm telling y'all, we've been trained to be submissive. All right? We've been trained to be submissive. And that's why a lot of our relationships go too far. Okay? Black men. Okay? Black men, we get in relationships, we don't break up, and a lot of times it can go south because we simply wouldn't let the relationship go. Now, I am not telling folks to break up marriages. I am not telling folks to break up marriages. Breaking up a marriage is a huge deal. Okay. And marriages is something you're supposed to do for a lifetime. Okay. It's something you're supposed to do for decades. But before you end up married to the wrong person because you wouldn't let it go, we're supposed to say, hey, this isn't working. Let me stop. All right. This ain't working. Let me stop. And y'all, there's a lot of problems with women. But I do not want us to not see problems in ourselves, because if you see problems in yourselves and clear that up, it also can help you recognize problems in women, and things can go a little bit smoother. So no, I'm a very pro marriage person, and regardless of what y'all say, I'm gonna tell y'all, real talk, marriage ain't the issue. It's not one-sided laws that's the issue. The issue with marriage is the people who are involved in it. See, when you get two people involved in it that want to do this for a lifetime, regardless of how it come out, the marriage works just fine. We have issues with divorce because of unfair laws. I'll say that, or unfair execution of laws. All right. Yeah. Divorce is an issue. Marriage is not. You're supposed to be in it for a lifetime. And that's just real talk. Okay. But black men, we got to look at ourselves in some area. And one area that we have to look at ourselves is the preference to be submissive. Now, I understand some women will want to stun on something like this. But look, I'm gonna tell y'all straight up. A lot of women that's having the issues with men, I'm gonna tell you why some of the black men are they're going to deal with other women. They like submissive women. Black women like to tell everybody how they not submissive. Okay. You cry over men wanting a submissive woman as if that's not a natural role. That's y'all problem. Y'all want these women. They too easy. Ain't they supposed to be? Being with a woman is not supposed to be a battle. Being with a woman is supposed to be something that two people have a great experience doing. A man gets with a woman, he's supposed to have a great experience. She's supposed to have a great experience. She's supposed to be submissive. That is supposed to be her leader, and she's supposed to enjoy it. And guess what? He's supposed to enjoy it too. So when brothers go out and get a non-black woman, and then black women say, y'all just choosing them because they easier, they submissive. Ding, ding, ding. What is wrong with you? How can you be that slow? If your argument is they're going to those other women because they're quote unquote easy or they're submissive, why aren't you? Why aren't you? I mean, come on. Now, we are going to talk about a section of black men that they actually prefer to be submissive. But see, the thing is, women complain about too. They are very pro teaching boys to be submissive, but they're very anti a man being submissive while also being anti the man being dominant. Now, is this an oxymoron? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. They're very much against men growing up, learning to be strong men. But they're also against men who are too submissive. And black women do go out of their way to find a man that she believes she can control. Now, I'm not saying that she ever truly controls a man, but she does go out of her way to find a man that she believes she can control. And there's a crazy thing that goes on because sometimes black men argue about this stuff, you know. Now, we got Pooky, right? And I know a lot of folks, because, well, I ain't going to even go into it. But a lot of y'all try to make Pooky into something else because black women try to make Pooky into something else. Pooky is just a guy who won't work. He has the ability to work and get his life together, but he won't do it. Pooky is not a mentality. Pooky is not some guy who's a doctor, but he ain't acting the way you want him to act. No, Pooky is a guy that's unemployed. He's not rich. He doesn't have any residual income coming in where life is taken care of for him. That is Pooky. That is the only thing Pooky is. But a lot of men, because they are submissive to black women, they'll start describing Pooky as all kind of stuff. Well, a man could be a lawyer, but he still could be a Pooky. That's you being submissive. Black men have been raised to be afraid of women. Okay? They raise you to be afraid of black women. Now, be realistic. If you're afraid of black women, there's a good chance you might be afraid of other women too. And some men don't like this being said because you hear yourself being called a coward. Now, I'm not even saying you're a coward in all things. You will fight a man. You can find a 6'5" man getting into it with another man that's 5'5". And both of them dudes would be about to fight. The 5'5" guy ain't scared of the 6'5" guy. The 6'5" guy ain't even expected to be scared of the 5'5" guy. But both of those men would be afraid of a 4'11" woman. Yep. Both of those men would be afraid of a 4'11" woman. Now, if you look at that, it don't make sense. If you look at it, it does not make sense. A 6'5" guy who's afraid of a 4'11" woman, a 5'5" guy who's afraid of a 4'11" woman, it don't even make sense when you just look at it. But this how the game go. A lot of black men been taught to be submissive. And again, people who are describing Pooky as something other than just a guy who refuses to maintain a job or business. He refuses to be in the military. Okay. Now, if he's younger and he's not doing those things yet, but he's out of high school and he's 18 years old, now he can be in college or trade school because that's him building for his future. He's getting educated in a way so he can earn more in his future. That's okay. But if he won't do those things and he won't go to the military, he won't start a business, he won't get a job, then he's Pooky. But see, the thing is, Pooky was just a nickname people called their kid back in the day. Then that nickname was used in a movie. And now people want to make it everything else. Why? Because they're afraid of women. And women want to have an argument that, no, black men who are good are not good anyway. Because they're this, that, and that. And they keep trying to blend a certain group of black men that they like having children by because other black men won't give them any. And they say, well, no, those quote unquote good men, they're Pookies too. And you black men who are afraid of them, and I'm not saying this is any particular person, I'm not saying, I'm saying the men who qualify. You guys who allow women to do you like that and you accept what they say because you are afraid of them, that's on you that you're afraid. You got to stop being afraid of them. That's on you. Okay? That's on you. All right? So, shout out to Snow Patrol. He said Pooky is a mindset. A lot of Pookies have jobs. And see, and I'm going to say Snow Patrol, that is that coward way of thinking I'm talking about. That's a good example of the coward mindset that people have because Pooky is not a mindset. I mean, you can argue it's a mindset because you can argue anything is a mindset, but it says a lot of Pookies have jobs. No, Pooky don't have no job. That's why he Pooky. He don't have no job. He don't want no job. He ain't from no rich family. He ain't got no trust fund. He just a broke nigga that won't work. That is Pooky. Now, you could argue that person has a mindset too, because everybody has a mindset. But see, when you try to say, well, Pookies have jobs, you a nigga that's scared of women. That's exactly what I'm saying. You're one of the people who are afraid of women, because what you're trying to do is justify women's nonsense. Now, I'm not saying this as an attack to you, because I don't know you. First time me even noticing your name that I can even remember. But bro, you got to let that coward stuff go. Pookie ain't got no job. That's why he Pookie. You are afraid to tell black women to stop making excuses about the men they deal with. So you want to justify and create somebody who does not exist and say, hey, yeah, this is a productive person over here. He's bad because he's treating you like the unproductive men. And that just ain't true, brother. Men move in certain ways. And when you pick certain stuff up, you let certain things go. Okay? It's just like somebody who get on crack. You may be a productive man. You may be a productive man. Okay? But let's say somehow you end up taking crack. Guess what, y'all? It's going to be a matter of time. You ain't going to have a job. You're not keeping a job. Not when you on crack. You may have been a productive man, but if somehow somebody gets you to take some crack, you know, maybe your mama just died in your morning and somehow you end up taking some crack. Maybe somebody slipped you some crack and you didn't even know it. You ain't finna have no job. Just is what it is. Okay? But the thing is, men are afraid to call out women. So they keep trying to make men the same person. Okay? Now, Snow Patrol says, then we are talking about two different things. Hood dudes versus Pookie. No, we're not talking about two different things. Snow Patrol, you are afraid for Pookie to be the guy who ain't got no job and ain't got no money. He ain't got no rich family. And a lot of women mess with those dudes, period. We ain't talking about two separate things. You just afraid to say that the woman chose Pookie because she did not want a man that's doing something with himself. You afraid to say that, bro. I'm assuming you a man, but you just afraid. Now, you could be a woman and don't make no difference because it ain't going to change nothing. Male or female, it don't change nothing. You afraid to make women accountable for their decisions. So you want to blend stuff together like women do. And see, you could be a woman, you know, with a name like Snow Patrol. That sounds like you trying to dick police black men. Okay? Because if you over here, you know, and you listen to certain type of content and a name like Snow Patrol, not saying it's got to be that way, but the name implies that you dick police black men. You worried about some black man with a white woman. You know, that's what it sounds like. Okay, I don't know where you come from and why you picked that name. I'm just saying what it looked like. Okay, I'm just saying what it looked like. Now, okay. Shout out to Afro Merchant. Afro Merchant say, even as a crack fiend, Pookie, you always was a black king. Shout out to you, Afro Merchant. Shout out to you, okay? Now, thing is, you know, a lot of us, we don't want to face our fears. Look, as a man, we don't want to be known for being cowards. We're all human. We are afraid of certain things. As men, we're supposed to overcome our fears. So a lot of men get upset because it's like, bro, you a coward at this particular thing and you get mad about it. But bro, how you gonna overcome it if ain't nobody pointing it out to you? Overcome it, man. Overcome it. Me and Pookie ain't the same people. We don't roll together. Okay? We don't roll together. You know, it's clear that if you say this guy is a Pookie, see, now we're trying to, that's people thinking they can control what black men do. Let's just use this for an example. Let's just say we got a man that's a doctor. Okay. But this doctor wants 3 women. Okay. He wants kids by 3 different women. That's what he want to do. How's he Pooky? He tell women, hey, I want to mess with 3 women. I want lineage from 3 different women. I got plans for me and my children to do X, Y, and Z. And I want kids from 3 different women. I probably want, heck, I want 3 apiece by the 3 different women. I want 9 children. Who are you to say that man can't do that? See, I ain't gonna tell a man he can't do that. I wouldn't want to do it, but that don't mean I can tell him he don't want to do it. I can't tell him something wrong with what he wants to do. He a man. If he can provide for 3 different women and 3 different groups of kids, and he can provide for 9 children, why am I worried about that? Okay, why am I worried about that? Why would I put that man down if he can do that? Shout out to Black Uru Strikes. He says the Nick Cannon doctrine. All right, and Nick Cannon is a good guy to choose. People would say something bad about Nick Cannon. Now, I understand if you coming at somebody from a religious standpoint, but Nick Cannon got plenty of money to provide for all his children. Okay? Ain't nobody got no tax dollars going to pay for Nick Cannon's kids. Nick got that. You know, his kids need some ice cream, Nick got it. His kids need some outfits, Nick got it. Okay? When his kids are older and his kid needs cars, Nick got it. He ain't no Pooky. You know? But people won't accept that he ain't a Pooky because they want to say a black man is bad no matter what, because it comes from the cowardness of this society. Okay? You are afraid. You are afraid of black women saying something to you. And truth be told, a lot of y'all are afraid the white people gonna say something to you. If we want to get real, you're afraid of it. But when it comes down to it, there's a lot of brothers who are submissive to black women. And truth be told, a lot of that's because of what your mama's taught you. Your mama wanted you to be submissive. Now, and I understand this could put anybody in an uneasy situation, but y'all, we gonna talk about the truth. We got to talk about the truth. Now, I've been saying for years now, black men, you know, we don't break up with women. That is a sign of submission right there. I'm just telling you what it is. It's a sign of submission. You are with a woman. She is not trying to be something good in your life. You, instead of just saying, hey, we've gone far enough. This is not the type of woman I want to marry. This is not the type of woman I want to have children with. It is time for me to get out this situation. And you won't do it. You've been taught you got to be with her no matter what. You've been taught you got to quote unquote stand in it. You're a black man. You got to stand in it. Well, look, Ma, this woman here, she don't treat me nice. She a black woman. You got to stand in it. Well, Mom, she don't cook. You know what I'm saying? For us, when I come home from work, ain't no food. It don't make no difference. You got to stand in it. But Mom, I come home, the house be dirty. She don't even try to help. But she's a black woman. She's been through some stuff. You got to stand in it. Wait a minute now. When she go to work, she don't give me nothing out of her check. She keep her money, but she don't have me pay no bills. You got to stand in it. See, your mama done told you all this stupid stuff. She doing whatever she want to do. And you feel like you can't leave because you got to stand in it. If she is a dysfunctional woman, you're supposed to stand in her dysfunction. Okay? You're supposed to make her a better woman. Don't you dare, as a black man, require her to be better. No, you accept that she is who she is, and you love on her. And maybe one day, no guarantee at all, maybe one day, years down the road, she may begin to see the light and she might change. See, if you love her enough, she'll change. Now, who think they can change somebody by being with them? Who thinks that, y'all? Now, we know a lot of women say, I can get this guy to change. So what are they telling you? They're telling you the doctrine that they live from. Okay? They get with me and think they could change a man. They always got an excuse about why they with some man that don't make no sense for them to be with. Why? Maybe I can change them. Now, you know you can't change a person. So what they doing? They telling you as a man, hey, you can change her. Just stand in it. Because as long as you are making sure she's okay, and as long as she is being rebellious to you, it's going to be all right. Because what we need out here is for black men to service black women and not worry about yourself. That's what we need. We don't need black men who are going to look out for themselves. How's that going to help black women? You know, see, when you have a selfish mindset, you come to conclusions like that. That ain't what we're looking for. What we're looking for is black men who have no pride about themselves, you know, who has no pride about being who they supposed to be. A black man that don't even want to be a leader. And we need that man to provide for a woman who ain't no good. Now, if you start loving yourself as a black man, why would you provide for her? We don't need that to happen. We don't want you to have no realization like that. No. We need you to be problematic so you'll start providing for her and you will provide it from a guilty standpoint. Because if we can get you to feel guilty, then we can get you to stay in what we need you to stay in. Okay? We can get you to stay in what we need you to stay in. You know, we like you where you at. It's a lot easier for us to extract things out of you if you have the mindset that we trying to keep you in. Now, if you don't have that mindset, you might do right by yourself. And if you do right by yourself, more than likely you ain't going to keep her around. So that'll be another black woman that can't depend on you to do stuff for them that you shouldn't be doing in the first place. That ain't what we're looking for. That is not what we're looking for. And see, a lot of y'all, your own mama's going to sail you down the river because she don't care. She sold your daddy down the river. If your mama would do it to your daddy, what make you think she would do it to you? I know that might be rough for some folks, y'all. This ain't a personal attack. I'm just saying, I'm calling it what it is, y'all. If your mama would do your daddy dirty, what makes you think she wouldn't do you dirty? Especially if you're a male child. Every day you live, you know what you're going to do? Every single day you live, you're going to grow into who your father is. You're going to remind her of your daddy. The daddy that ain't around, the daddy that you don't have a good relationship or no relationship at all, or the daddy you don't even know him. Every day you're gonna grow up and look a little bit more like him. You're going to remind her of him on a regular basis. And she sold him out. What makes you think she wouldn't do it to you? You still his at the end of the day, and she know that. You may not know him, but she know him. She know when you got certain mannerisms that's just like your father, and she don't like your father. She noticed the way you talk. It seemed like how your father talked, and she don't like your father. Okay. Heck, your daddy's 6'5". You end up being 6'3". She like a tall man, but you still remind her of your daddy. So she don't like you. He ain't around no more. Maybe you was 5'5", and your daddy was 5'5". You still remind her of your father. Okay? Yeah, I get it. You don't know who your daddy is. She know exactly who your daddy is. You know? So now we got this thing where a lot of black men, we're taught to be submissive, and we will justify ourselves being submissive because in an environment like we have in America, where America clearly does not like black men, and America shows that in all types of ways, for a lot of men, they just rather be submissive because it's easy. Let's keep it real, y'all. Being submissive in this society just makes it a little bit easier. The people don't like me, so I'm just going, quote unquote, stay out the way. I ain't gonna challenge nobody. People can talk to me crazy because I ain't gonna stand up for myself. They treat me like crap at work, and I'm just gonna take it. They treat me like crap at the grocery store, and I'm just gonna take it. They treat me like crap just about everywhere I go, but I'm just gonna take it. I ain't put nobody in check. I ain't gonna say nothing cross to nobody. I'm gonna keep my head down and get back home as quickly as I can. See, this is a taught behavior. Children, if you pay attention to them, children are a little bit bold in a lot of cases. I would say most cases. Small children do stuff because they don't know they ain't supposed to do stuff. That's why we got this thing about don't touch the stove. See, a child gonna touch the stove. Child don't know squat. Little kid, as soon as it can barely walk, it'll get over there and touch that stove because it ain't afraid not to touch that stove. Child is bold. Child is brave, as they say. Even when you're talking about adults, sometimes people say stuff like, he brave because he's stupid. See, he don't know not to be afraid. Or he don't know to be afraid, I should say. He don't know to be afraid. He don't look at this challenge as insurmountable. He don't know that this is a bad idea. So they walk boldly into it. Now, I don't want black men to be stupid, but I do want us to recognize what goes on with ourselves and how we treat certain things. So like the Pooky thing, it's just one way. Now, I'm just going to say, just because it just happened to be the case, it's interesting how somebody named Snow Patrol believes Pooky is quote unquote just a mindset, and a lot of Pookies have jobs. Snow Patrol. Now, Snow Patrol, it's your first time here that I know of. Now, you could be a man that's dick policing black men, and you could be a woman that's dick policing black men. It'll be a little bit better if you are a woman trying to dick police black men, because at least I understand that better, because you personally think some particular dick might fall your way if you truly can police black men. I kind of get that. I kind of get that. Now, if you're a man trying to dick police black men, hey man, All I'm gonna say is you got a right to do that. That's all I'm gonna say, man. You got a right to do that if that's what you want to try to do. It is legal. That's what I'm gonna say, because you might have some other issues going on. Okay, you might have some other issues going on. All right, but technically it's legal. It's all good. Okay. Shout out to Debonair, brother. I'm just curious of what he's saying. He says, I have black men on my social media, won't like a single one of my posts. The moment Zaddy posts himself in a t-shirt, they are on his jock. Well, you know what, Debonair, brother, that is part of that's the expression that a lot of people have who've been trained in white supremacy. That's a way of expressing it. We can express fears, desires, plenty of emotions, even through social media. The same way a lot of us are trained that if a black man said it don't mean much, but if a white man say the exact same thing, the white man could literally quote the black man. When the white man said, now all of a sudden it matters. He quoting a brother, but when the brother said it don't make no difference that he said it. Don't even matter. These are learned behaviors, y'all. These are learned behaviors. Okay? Now, shout out to Debonair, brother, again. He says, I have a brother. Both of us are... was this technocrats, okay? People in tech, okay? Both of us are technocrats, people in tech. The moment you start talking about starting a business, dressing nice, dating, etc., I ain't gonna say what you said, Debonair, brother. I'm gonna say that I'm gonna say he jumps off that ship. He jumps off that ship, which is interesting. And then, but there are some. I'm gonna say this: there's some people who want to be comfortable when it comes to dress, and they think that's the end all be all. But when you start talking about starting a business, okay, dating and things like that, and people start showing some kind of fear, see, you're asking them to get in something that they're uncomfortable with. And I will tell you, there are some black men who are trained that you should not go out front, because if you go out front, you are now a bigger target. And if you pay attention to stuff that was said back in the day, even that plantation mindset. I don't want my sons to grow up big or strong because they may challenge master. If they challenge master might have him out front getting whooped on. My son may be the example for folks on how not to act, and he got to take a beating. Heck, master might even have sex with my son because master trying to prove a point. And truth be told, master was LGBT. Okay. But he wants his wife to give him some type of respect. So he say, look, baby, I'm straight. I'm only having sex with the male slaves to prove a point. That's the reason I'm having sex with male slaves. Okay. It's not because I'm LGBT. Not that they used that term back in the day. Okay. I don't know how you having sex with a man as a man and you're not falling into that category. But hey, y'all, you do what you want to do with the information. That's all I'm gonna say, y'all. That's all I'm. But even with that, a lot of people never notice that men who try to quote unquote break slaves by having sex with them, a lot of us, and we never noticed how they was LGBT in the first place. And which is what was something I told y'all, because people say, when people could start getting off into LGBT conversations. I tell them white people been like that since I don't know how long. They've always been that way, it seems. Okay, now I don't know how far back in history you got to go, but that's always been their culture too. All right, but a lot of people miss it because they put it under, they're trying to break a slave. Now, the dude was just LGBT. That's all it was. But he want to be accepted in white society or whatever, and for whatever reason, he thought he needed a wife. As if white people ain't always accepted that type of stuff. It'd be hilarious. Some oxymoronic thinking. Okay, not that oxymoronic is a real word. It's just something I use because I think it should be a word, and it fits so easy sometimes. Okay? All right. But words are important, so I try not to use fake words a lot. I really do. Okay, but oxymoronic just come in so smooth sometimes. But see, the thing is, black men are, people are always trying to convince black men to be submissive. All right. And a lot of us, we don't pay attention to that's just simply what it is. They're trying to get you to be submissive. We got this whole thing about women start saying what a real man is and what a real man would do. And when you hear them talk about a real man, the last thing you would hear is a real man doing right by himself. How come they never talk about a real man as somebody who's going to look out for themselves? A real man is going to make sure he's straight before he makes sure other people straight. You don't hear nothing like that. Okay? A real man going to make sure he can feed himself before he feed others. You don't hear stuff like that. A real man going to make sure he got some shoes before he buys somebody else some shoes. A lot of crazy work. Okay, a lot of crazy work. How come a real man ain't in the position of a leader? You talk about a real man. How come the real man not the leader of his home? How come the real man ain't the leader of the family business? Okay? They say all this stuff about a real man, but rarely will you ever hear anything about a real man that would actually be complimentary toward the man. A real man would pay child support for his kids that he'd never get to see. Well, you know what a real man would also probably do? He'd probably take out anybody who kept him away from his children. Real men probably do that too. I don't never hear them say stuff like that. A real man don't let people just quote unquote take his kids. A real man would off people who want to steal his children from him. Wouldn't a real man do that? But they don't get that no props. So when a real man wants to do something like that, it become a problem. But see, the thing is, we live in a society where black men are taught to be submissive on a regular basis. Okay? We taught to be submissive on a regular, and this is something we need to recognize within ourselves. Now, is being submissive or being anything ladylike gonna be an issue with attracting black women? I'm gonna say absolutely not. There's far too much proof that black women love feminine men. Now, I do understand there will be women who will come out and say that ain't true. Y'all, Prince is a great, he was a great musician, great singer, songwriter, absolutely phenomenal dude. Absolutely phenomenal dude. And I've admitted, I didn't grow up on Prince, but we did do a grand finale on Prince. Well, I had to research Prince. Okay? Because I did that grand finale not being a Prince fan at all. And it was a fantastic grand finale. I mean, let's keep it real. It was a fantastic grand finale. So that's just me showing y'all when I do a show, I do look into what I'm trying to do a show about so I can properly do the subject matter justice. So I wasn't no Prince fan growing up. But no, I checked out the Prince, listened to his music, you know what I'm saying? I found interviews on the dude, dug into all type of stuff about Prince. Okay. But let's look at how Prince dressed. He was doing stuff and they call that androgynous era. Okay. Now, am I saying Prince ain't a quote unquote real man? No, I'm not saying nothing about that. Prince is actually a very manly dude if you pay attention to him. But how did Prince present himself to the public? He presented himself to the public in a more feminine way. Did Prince ever have a problem pulling chicks? You tell me. You tell me. Now, some of y'all might say, well, Prince, he's a celebrity, he rich. That's different. Okay, cool. I hear you. Okay, interesting. Now, let's look at all the men who ain't rich, who ain't famous, who aren't celebrities. The more you look like a woman, do you have more problems getting women, or do you have less problems getting women? Now, I'm just going to tell you the straight up truth. As a guy who's old enough to have seen it, the more black men look like women themselves, the more attention they get from black women. Black women ain't got no problem with a feminine man. They hoping you feminine. When I was a kid, y'all, you rarely saw a man with long hair. You rarely saw a man with long hair. What it look like out there today? Okay, you tell me, y'all. You tell me what it look like today. Now, this ain't no shot at no man who happens to wear his hair long. I'm just telling y'all what happened. Okay? When I was a kid, you didn't really see no black men with no long hair. What it look like outside, y'all? What it look like outside? Just is what it is. And I get it. Some guys are so young, they wouldn't associate long hair with femininity. I get that, because that's not the world you saw when you was growing up. And again, this is not me taking a shot at the guys. I'm just pointing out a truth about black women. The more feminine you become, the better they are there with it. When I was a kid, black men didn't wear earrings. Black men didn't do a lot of stuff. We didn't sag pants when I was a kid. There's a lot of stuff that black men do that people who saw the change, we understand that was acting more feminine. And I get younger people just accept it as a real thing. It's just how they grew up. And I'm not jumping on nobody's case if you happen to fit into that category. But what I am saying is the more feminine black men acted to black women, it was never a problem. Never. Ever. Okay. Just wasn't a problem. Okay. Just is what it is. Okay. And shout out to Afro Merchant. I knew he was going to be mentioned. I knew as soon as I said that, I knew he was going to be mentioned. He said, how you feel about your goat wearing earrings, Roger? Hey, you know what? I thought Michael Jordan, I really appreciate the way Michael Jordan displayed himself in public. Okay. He was a very conscious guy about how he was presenting black men in public while he was playing. But real talk, I could do without the earrings. I never approved of the earrings. Okay. My ears have never been pierced, y'all. Never. And that's just real talk. I've never worn long hair. Okay. Never wore long hair. I don't do anything that comes off as feminine. I told y'all I was out one time with with a nephew. We was at Top Golf. You know, I'm about to go hit the ball, right? I'm not paying attention. I'm talking. I picked up a club. The club was pink. My nephew said, hey, he said, you finna use that pink club? Now I knew what he was saying. Okay. Yeah, I knew what he was saying. All right. I instantly dropped that thing when I noticed. Okay, I instantly dropped that thing. So no, I just don't go down that road. Okay, I don't go down the girl road. I don't. Okay, I don't. Just is what it is, y'all. You know, did more stuff like that when I was a kid? Yeah. I did that type of stuff when I was younger. But when I started paying attention to so much stuff, you start changing your ways. You start changing your ways. Okay, so yeah, I understand. I gotta protect black men, not just for myself. You know what I'm saying? I gotta do it for all of us brothers out here. I gotta be more protective of black men. Okay, so certain stuff I just don't need to do. It is what it is. Okay, did I do some crazy stuff when I was younger? Absolutely, sure have. Okay, shout out to Red Pill Sleeper. Shout out to Red Pill Sleeper Cell. He said Kobe is a better role model. Now he said Van. He was about to say Jordan. I don't know. He might have started laughing or something and then hit the keyboard or whatever. I don't know what he did. But I know you was about to say Kobe's a better role model than Jordan. And that's a dicey thing for me to respond on, because shout out to Kobe. May he rest in peace. All I'm gonna say is I'm gonna leave that alone, because Mike is out here still doing a great job. I'm gonna just say that Mike out here still doing a great job. But since Kobe is no longer with us, I'm gonna let you rock on that. I'm gonna let you rock, because I ain't nothing I can really say without saying something that people could take in a real bad way. So I'm just gonna tell you, Kobe said out his own mouth, okay, without no Jordan, ain't no him. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it at that, y'all. I'm gonna leave it at that. Kobe said out his own mouth. If it ain't no Jordan, it ain't no him. It ain't no him. That's what Kobe said. I'm just gonna do that so I can respectfully. That's the problem when you're dealing with people that done passed already. You want to crack certain jokes, but now you don't want to disrespect the people's memory. It's a hard situation. It's a hard situation. So I'm just gonna say Kobe said, ain't no Jordan, ain't no him. And I'm gonna leave it at that. Real talk. Okay. All right. And shout out to Afro Merchant, who say MJ loved him some gambling. Ha ha. Well, you know what? Let me say this, y'all. Let me say this. All right. If you gonna gamble where you stay in position that you can become a billionaire. That's how I'm gonna do that one right there. If you like to gamble, cool, but stay in position where you can become a billionaire. That's all I'm saying. Okay, whatever Jordan gambled, man's still a billionaire. Okay, so obviously he got some kind of method to the madness. He still became a billionaire. So it is what it is. All right. All right. Shout out to Trust Yourself First. He says, I'm from Chicago and grew up during the Jordan era. Even so, no Kobe slander. You know what? I gotta let Kobe rest at this point. Normally you said you gotta let him live, but I gotta let him rest. So, I ain't shooting no shots. I'm doing something Kobe didn't do. It's a shot available that I'm not taking, okay? That's what I'm doing right now. I didn't learn that from no black mama. I'm not taking the shot. It's a good shot, right available in front of me, and I'm not taking it. That's something Kobe wouldn't do. Kobe gonna take that shot, all right? But shout out to Jordan and Kobe though, because those were men that just weren't so submissive, y'all. They just weren't so submissive. So now a lot of people would try to act like black men should be submissive, but there's a lot of black men who are not submissive in the wrong areas, And we talk about their greatness. Look at what you can achieve when you refuse to be submissive in places that you're not supposed to be submissive in. Because in real life, we all got to submit to something at some point. All right. You a fool if you out here thinking you're never submissive at any point. You ain't gonna last too long in this world. You ain't gonna last too long. But you are supposed to understand when you're supposed to be submissive. And unfortunately, we got a lot of black men who are far too submissive. And a lot of y'all will help black women become less submissive, which is a huge problem in itself. Okay. You will help black women become less submissive because they're gonna use you as an excuse for them to act like a idiot. And y'all been trained to truly love black women, but they using you as an excuse. You their own scapegoat. You being less submissive is a scapegoat they use in order to do stupid stuff. They blame y'all for stuff all the time. Y'all ever heard a black woman say, well, because the men ain't doing this, or the men was too submissive, or the men was too feminine, I had to take on these particular roles? Y'all ever hear women saying something like that? Now, I know y'all have. I know y'all have. So the black man who was taught it's cool to be submissive, you the one getting blamed for them doing stuff they ain't got no business doing. They putting you on Front Street. Okay. Now, I'm not saying no black man got to come out and say, well, no, I'm a submissive black man. And I know that's probably hard for any black man to do, you know. But when you be real, they blaming you. Because black men weren't manly enough, I had to take on these such and such roles. Now, she lying up that she had to take on the roles because she didn't have to do any of the stuff that she claiming. But she is throwing you under the bus. And that's real talk. She is taking out her time to throw you under the bus. All right? Now, she ain't got to throw you under the bus. You trying to rock with her by quote unquote being on her side. And the only thing you get from is being blamed. That's what you get out of being on her side. You get blamed. What a reward. Okay? What a reward. Don't make no sense to me that you would want that as a reward, but that's on you. Because you don't have to take that stuff. And that's just the end of it. You don't have to take that stuff. As a man, it is okay for you to be a man, and it is okay for you to be a man at all times. Now, being a man at all times, will that bring in some complications if you are a black man living in America? Absolutely, you will. Yeah, it's going to create some problems somewhere. You know, do I go to places and have certain issues come up because I'm a black man that ain't finna take a bunch of nonsense? Oh, absolutely. It happens. I'm not even gonna pretend like it don't happen. Do I probably get in more arguments than other people would because I'm less submissive? Sure, absolutely. I'm not gonna say that don't happen. Am I out there in the streets and I come across people who quote unquote don't like my tone? Yeah, it does happen. Now the thing is, do I change my tone? No. I'm probably gonna be worse. Whatever the ideal of me having a bad tone, I'm probably gonna be worse at that point. You know, as many a person said to me, "Why are you yelling?" And I've said to them, "I'm not yelling. You're not even ready to hear me yelling. This how I'm talking. Well, you're talking loud." And I've literally told people, "Well, how you want me to talk? So I can't be heard?" Well, you don't have to talk that loud. No, I personally do. I do have to talk this loud. Because if I'm talking this loud, that means you ain't hear me. Okay? If you can't hear me at this octave, my only solution I have for people who can't hear me at a certain octave is to get louder. That's my only solution to that. If you can't hear me when I'm talking quote unquote softer, my answer is to now get louder so you can hear me. So yeah, when you take on this man role on a regular basis and be less submissive, would it quote unquote cause certain problems in society? It depends on your perspective. You know what? I can live with it. Okay. People I think he's mean. I can live with that. You make sure you service me properly though. You make sure you put me in the front of the line. When I come in, hook me up first so you can get me out the store. Cause I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna be me. I've heard cops have asked me to turn it down, and I tell them no. So yeah, I can go up from here. That's all I can do. Okay, I don't know you. You ain't my friend. The only thing I can do for you is go up. But that's me though. But I am willing to deal with certain consequences that happen with me acting like a man on a regular basis. Not just sometime, not when it's convenient. No, I'm gonna act like a man on a regular basis. Point blank, period. But Jado has come up, so let Jado have the flow. Good to see you, brother. You got it.
Hey, good morning, Raj, man. Thanks for having me up, bro. Salute to the chat. Replay gang, what's happening? Interesting topic, Roger. I have to jump in on it real quick. I'll probably jump off and then jump back in a little later. But yeah, man, I think it's a thing, man. Just me going throughout my life, just being conscious of what I'm doing and why I'm driven to do it. What am I doing and why am I doing it? And really get to the real essence of it. And like you were saying, Rod, I think you were saying we all submit in some areas, man. Men, females, I served in the military. I submitted to the rules and the guidelines of the military, man. We submit to, most of the, rules and regulations of the country, the state, the city, or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And sometimes we may choose not to or whatever, depending on the situation. But when dealing with, man, what I had to look deep, especially when I was younger, man, I definitely don't suffer from this now, man. I used to do things and I was like, man, I'm doing this because I'm submitting to what I think, what these women say attracts them or whatever. So, man, I have tattoos. I got earrings, my ears are pierced or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And I remember I did it way back in the day when I was younger. And man, my mother was really upset with me, man. That was a big thing, and stuff like that. But I think a lot of black men, man, let me speak for myself because people get offended and stuff. We kind of tell ourselves we tell stories we kind of lie to ourselves a lot of time. I lied to myself when we think we're doing stuff. I'm getting this tattoo because it's, this means this to me, I'm going to convince myself. No, you getting it most of the time. You getting it so the chick she can be wowed by it. You know what I'm saying? We do a lot of stuff to where we submit to the whims of a woman, man. A lot of stuff, man. I think we need to just really be aware, what am I doing? Why am I doing this, man? And a lot of these women, they encourage this stuff because they're so fragile and so insecure deep down inside that if they can bring you down to their level, if you can submit to their whims or whatever and their own insecurities, they just feel a little better about themselves, man. That they can bring you down a notch, man. So they encourage a lot of this stuff, man. Mothers do it with their sons and daughters. Women do it with their men, or it's a constant battle. So, like I said, I encourage black men to be very, very conscious of what you're submitting to. Really, I mean, I don't know, whatever higher power people believe in or whatever. That's probably should be your main submission or whatever, or the greater good or anything. But really, just be conscious of what am I doing? And why am I doing it? And am I submitting to the whims of a woman, some silliness? Like for me, Roger, man, I don't even like to, I don't like to be, if I'm driving somewhere or going somewhere, I don't like to I don't like to ride in the passenger seat with no chick, man. I'm always driving, man. And it's a lot of little things. I can go on and name many things. Some people might think it's crazy or not, man. But I'm always like how I'm presenting myself in front of a woman, man. I don't let women chastise me or get a crazy tone with me, man. You know what I'm saying? Like any of that stuff, man. And it's not to be macho, man. It's just I'm aware that if I give her an inch, she's gonna take a mile, and I'm not submitting to her whims or whatever. Anyway, I guess I'll end right there. Thanks for having me up, brother.
Hey man, I'm gonna say well said, brother. And real talk. I remember I was messing with this young lady, and one time I did sit in the passenger seat. She took us somewhere. That was the craziest feeling in the world, bro.
Tell me about it, right? It ain't just me, man.
Yeah, bro, that was crazy, man. I ain't did that since. I ain't did that. I mean, I did when I was younger. I remember one chick I was with, I didn't have no car. She had access to her parents' car. So, we was using her parents' car. Like, okay, but I didn't think nothing of that. But once I was rolling, she was like, yeah, let's go here. And then she was like, let's take my car. And I did it one time, bro. That felt crazy, real time. And I ain't did it since. I don't know if I ever do it again. I probably have to have something medically wrong with me to do that again. But even that, I can take that as maybe a form of submission. Because there is a certain amount of control you're giving a person just by you taking their vehicle. Control comes with that. So maybe for me to actually do that, I felt that I wasn't in control, and that just didn't feel right to me. And I ain't did it since. And I don't know if I ever do that again with no woman that I'm talking to. I don't see it happening, man. Real talk. If she got to drive, we just ain't got to go. That's how I'm gonna look at it. It's got to be something to it for me to accept she's driving, because to me that's an indication that she don't want me to be her leader. Now it's a subconscious thing with me, and as I've told y'all plenty of times, your subconscious is gonna rule you. Your conscious is stuff that you're dealing with out up front, but your subconscious is what actually rules you at the end of the day. You may listen to your conscious for a moment, but your subconscious runs at least 90% of your life. A lot of people ain't doing too much off conscious thoughts. Most of the things that we're doing from subconscious thoughts, and that's just real talk. And if you don't believe me, ask any psychiatrist that's worth some salt, and they'll tell you the same thing. Okay, so now a lot of us as men, yeah, we've been taught to be submissive, so I think we do certain stuff like that. And I'm saying the chick don't got to be present. A lot of y'all did not have a woman there when you possibly got your ears pierced. Okay, when you got your tattoos. Now, a crazy thing that I see brothers doing, you get a tattoo, and I say, well, okay, well, what that tattoo mean? Ain't even no meaning to it. Now, I didn't get no tattoos because I didn't believe in that, y'all. I told you, I grew up, Christian background and things like that. For God purposes, I didn't want to, quote unquote, mar my body or anything like that. People suggested that I get tattoos. And when I was even open to probably getting a tattoo back in the day, it was like, okay, well, I need a tattoo with some meaning on it. If I'm going to put it on my body and it's going to be there every day, it's got to mean something to me. I'm not just going to put anything on my body just to say it's there. That don't make sense to me. And I'm going to say I can almost put it with what I call the tramp stamp. That tattoo that she gets, on her lower back that she'll never see. Why does a woman get that tattoo? You see what I'm saying? A lot of guys never ask themselves that question. Why she get the tattoo that she ain't gonna never see? She gonna get it. She gonna go to the tattoo shop, possibly get the tattoo on her lower back. She gonna look as best she can in the mirror to see the tattoo. And guess what? By next week or next month, she ain't gonna never look at that thing again. She would literally be dead and never look at it again. Why she getting that tattoo? Why are you getting a tattoo you can't see? A lot of people say, I don't know why I'm doing this. I don't know why I'm doing that. There's always a reason going on. It may not be a conscious reason, but it could be a subconscious reason. Now, I personally don't accept that because my grandparents and my parents told me they don't never want to hear no excuse that I can't tell them what's going on in my own head. That just wasn't gonna work for them. You know,
Yeah,
you do
right.
something dumb, you got to be explaining.
Yeah,
Go
it's
ahead, Jalen.
always. I mean, I've had hundreds of conversations with women about stuff like that. When you ask them questions, and they'll say, I don't know, or something, something. It's like you said. There's always a reason. They just don't really want to admit it. They want to lie, or they'll lie about it. It's either they'll say I don't know, or they'll lie about it. They'll create something after the fact. You know what I'm saying? Which is not true. You know what I mean? So it's always something. A lot of it does have to do with your subconscious or whatever. And a lot of people don't really want to dig down that deep, man, because it can be a little painful sometimes. You know what I mean? So yeah, there's always an answer for it.
Yep. And just because it's painful don't mean you're supposed to stay away from it. If you got to go through some pain to live a better life, then my thing is make the pain a memory. Meaning I'm going to go and get it out the way, because a year from now, this will just be a memory. A year from now, it'll just be a memory. It's not that bad when it's a memory. It's bad when you're going through it, sure, but it ain't that bad when it's just a memory. But we'll see when it's out there in front and it's not a memory yet, things can put a certain amount of pressure on you or bother you or worry you. And that can lead to bad health, truth be told. And a lot of folks, they end up dying early because they keep all this stuff in front of them that they're worried about going through. My thing is I'd rather just get it over with. Point blank, period.
And a lot of black men, like, especially when we're spending a lot of time with like black females and conversing with them and all types of stuff, hanging around them or whatever. Man, I think the black men need to be very careful with that, man, because we'll submit to their ideas and their ideologies and these stupid ideas that come into their heads, like toxic masculinity. Hey, I'm kind of taking a jab at somebody, but just a little, because they emote so much or whatever. They loud talk. They're obnoxious in a lot of ways, and we start to buy into. We start hearing it so much, and it's like deep down, it starts to resonate with us a little bit, man. And a lot of we realize it sometimes we don't, or sometimes we just want to appease them and appear to be this I guess super egalitarian or whatever you want to be, man. But I think I just caution black men from doing that, man. A lot of times we submit to their ideologies and their stupid ideas that they come up with, their emotions and all that stuff, man. I think we need to be very conscious of that.
Well said, brother. Well said. We got Inspired Truth here in the building, so I'm gonna go ahead and get him the mic. What's going on, my brother?
Hey, how's it going? I hope I'm coming in loud and clear.
Yes, sir.
All right. Salute to you, Raj. Salute to the chat. So here's my idea, basically what I've been kind of mulling over, observing and thinking about. Basically, women want to do whatever they want to do, and they want to pass the bill on to you. Like specifically the women in our broader culture, in our broader community, let's put it that way. A lot of the things that they end up doing, they end up kind of sliding that bill for the consequences of their action onto the black male image credit card. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen like a neighborhood where maybe outside of somebody's house, people throw some trash over there, and then somebody else throws some trash over there, and then it becomes like the community dumping ground. That's the way the black male image is in the broader black community right now. And it doesn't really matter whether you end up doing something from a more submissive side of things or a more authoritarian side of things. Either way it goes, you're going to get the blame. And since you're going to get the blame anyway, you might as well do what you want to do. Like, they're going to try to make you out to be some color purple type of stuff when you stand on business. And then when you don't stand on business, then they'll blame you for the stuff that they do.
Well, you know what? And to me, that means you need to stand on business that much more, because there needs to be an idea out there that what they're doing is wrong. And we see it. See, I told y'all before, women care about their image more than anything else. So they need their image attacked if it's something that we believe is a negative thing. Their image is supposed to be attacked. You know, you having babies all over the place by all kinds of men. Yeah, your image should be attacked at that point because that's not something we deem as a positive thing. Now, if we deem it as a positive thing, cool, knock yourself out. But now a lot of men would be on some, well, I ain't going to say nothing because it's uncomfortable. See, that's submission right there. Okay? You're talking to your family, your loved ones, the people who know your name. You know, the people you was a little kid, you played hopscotch with them. Y'all played freeze. Y'all played tag. But now that y'all older, you can't tell a person you literally grew up with or spent a lot of time with. Maybe it's not your sister. Maybe it's your cousin. Y'all go to the same family reunion. Y'all go to the same Christmas parties. And you can't say nothing to her about what she's doing with her life. Nothing. You gon' well, it's not my business because no, she ain't my daughter. And technically, you're right. She not your daughter. But you can't tell your cousin, like, hey, cuz, what you doing? Why you having all these kids and ain't got no husband? You can't say that at all. Well, that turns into submission. You're submitting to what's going on. And, some lady told me this, and I didn't like this lady at all, but I had to give her credit because it's a real thing. Now, I don't know where she got it from. Probably something come from a long time ago. She said silence means consent. So if I don't say nothing, I'm telling you I'm cool with it.
Oh, that's crazy when you think about it, because there's this whole idea, this whole concept of yes means yes. I mean, you might remember that from like the college campuses where, you can't just go along with just silence as an affirmative. So now you have to. They made things like all kinds of extra in terms of consent between two people on that basis. But then when it comes down to, say, a female doing something, then I guess it's just kind of like that doesn't apply. That whole yes means yes concept.
Well, you may start to see yourself as a submissive man if you're always silent. And you know what? It's crazy that people say a black man had to be stoic, meaning not say anything. It don't make sense to me. Okay? I'm not tripping about a man who saw it that way back in the day. But my thing is, people are supposed to get better over time anyway. So what's the point of being stoic if we're not getting the results we want? Now, if you're getting the results you want, I understand stoicism. What do I need to say something for? I'm getting exactly what I want. But if I ain't getting what I want, ain't I'm supposed to say that? How you gonna know to do it different if I don't say nothing? But see, these are all ways we as men have been taught to be submissive. I don't know how many guys I've talked to and a woman done did something and he said, well, his approach is, I'm just not going to say anything. And I'm like, okay, well, what that going to do? Well, eventually she'll see she wrong. And I'm like, okay, and when she sees she wrong, she going to say it's your fault. Well, no, she going to see she wrong and then she going to back off. That is not the pattern of black women. The pattern of black women is when she wrong, it's your fault she wrong. That's their. So what she's supposed to learn is if you just stay quiet. I don't get it. I don't get it. Now, I told y'all before, I ain't gonna never come off here and tell y'all I'm the smartest man because it's stuff that other people get that I clearly do not get. I don't get just letting a woman do it and expecting her to recognize on her own that this is a bad idea. I don't get that. Because I see them blaming everybody else for letting them do stuff that you should have never let them do in the first place. That's what they say.
Man, that's the problem when man, I don't know if this is the case for your friend or whatever, Roger, but just being me, I was raised by a single mother, man. So we get beat down, in our adolescent years, toddlers, we get beat down so many years. Then like I said, you don't see an example of a adult grown man like your father, correcting your mother. In a loving, it ain't got to be no, in a loving way, but a stern way. And we don't see that. I never saw that. Mom was the boss. Mama was the boss, man. You know what I'm saying? And I had to, break free of that. And I suspect a lot of other black men had to break free of that, but I had to break free of that. But yeah, you grow up with a single anti-family mother or whatever. She beats you down from the day you were born. Well, yeah, from the day you were born all the way until you leave the house, and then you're used to that, man. Mama can do no wrong.
Well, here's the thing, like, even if you have a two-parent home, even if you do have like a dad that will like respond back and will argue back, you do also have the concept of you're a productive man, and when you get into some of these conflicts with with the women, that can drag on in a way that can damage your productivity. Like, I don't have time for a 12-minute argument. I don't have time for like a 7-hour argument. I don't have time for a 12-hour argument. I got stuff to do, if I'm actually trying to be productive in life. And that's kind of where we get into this point of like, we sometimes need to cut some of these chicks off.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, see that go into the issue of us never breaking up with somebody, because you're not supposed to be having those type of arguments with your wife. That's supposed to be small. No two people gonna get along at every single thing at every single moment, but you shouldn't need a 7-hour argument with your wife. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's your wife. You ain't supposed to have to do all that with her. She may say something. I can understand her being pissed off for 7 hours, but her still trying to argue about it 7 hours down the road is crazy. Yeah, you could be mad because you didn't get your way this particular time. Maybe it take you 2 days to get over it. But at the end of the day, you shouldn't be still talking about it. Okay? Now, shout out to Urban Reed. He said, Roger, a woman saying silence is consent is a setup. They change up and say much so many ways. You're silently consenting to 100 things is a single conversation. Now, I'm gonna say this. I do get your point, Urban Reed. I'm gonna say in this context, see, it was a teacher. It was a teacher that me and her never got along with each other. I don't like her at all. To this day, I don't like her. I don't ever want to see that broad again. You know what I'm saying? I just don't like her. Period. And if I think about, maybe she was very gynocratic or something like that, and maybe I just didn't recognize it at the time because I was so young. But she was one of my teachers who told me that. But see, my thing is this: it actually makes sense that silence is consent, because if we don't say anything when bad stuff is happening, then you're telling other people keep on doing the bad stuff and it ain't bothering you. So I get how it can be a setup with a woman, but I'm just saying from a general context, it does make some level of sense. And then you ain't gonna necessarily have time to talk about everything. So talk about the thing that's most important to you, or talk about the thing that resonates with you the most, because you can't get to everything, and it just is what it is. So you got to do what you got to do. Okay. So my thing is, you can't be silent about everything, especially if you want it to go your way. So when it comes down to it, us as black men, we are very submissive in the ways of the gynocracy. And again, don't take none of this as a personal attack, but we got to realize something. Why does the gynocracy operate the way it does if we haven't been cool with it? If we haven't been submissive, how come it operates so smooth? I mean, back in the day, people fought against it. You hear about the men who got lynched, right? That means people was fighting against it. That's what that means. Okay? I can't tell you being a black man in this society on a regular basis ain't gonna cost you something. I can't tell you that. I'm not gonna even pretend like that's just something I can say and everything gonna be fine. I'm not saying it's gonna be fine. But you got to live the way you are comfortable living, and make sure you die the way you're comfortable dying. And I can't say it no better than that. If you can be a 98-year-old man and you on your deathbed and you looking back at your life, are you going to be cool with what you saw about yourself? That's why I do certain things that I do. I want to be cool when I want to be happy with the way I die. And that's real talk, y'all. I want to be happy with the way I die.
I can give a million examples of this, but I think a big thing black men can do, man, like especially when you hear workplace, family members, whoever, man, they start talking negatively about a black man, another black man, whether it's true or not. Ask them what I mean, like, ask this woman, why are you telling me this? And do you think you should be saying this stuff to me? Like, I don't want to hear any of this mess, man. We kind of submit to their emotions or whatever they're saying about this black man. Like, if you want to do something, if you want to do something about it, whatever, do something about it. But I'm not going to sit here and be a listening ear for your nonsense, man. Like, correct them right there. Oh, this guy's late. It could be something very small or whatever. Hey, he's lazy, or he left his socks on the floor, or whatever. Or it can be something even big. Hey, you know what I'm saying? Hey, what are you trying to get from me? Telling me this stuff. What are you saying? I don't want to hear it.
Yeah, the answer to that is you chose them. Like, you like that type of dude.
I mean, that's real talk. That's real talk. Because I don't care what dude doing. If you having sex with him, obviously it works for you. Now, and I think, see, that'll actually help women get out of whatever thing they in when you tell them straight up, that's what you like. Don't tell me it's bad if you having sex with the guy. You love this type of stuff, because you having sex with the man that's doing it. A woman's going to have sex with the man who's doing stuff that she likes being done. Just here's what it is, you know? So don't try to put off to me that he's a bad guy while you trying to somehow preserve yourself and your image. No, if you really thought he was that bad a guy, you wouldn't be having sex with him. That's simple at the end of the day.
And I'm talking from the smallest thing. I'm talking about the slightest dig all the way up. Like, challenge them. And if you can do it right there at the moment, man, that'd be great, man. Don't even let it go on with it. Stop it right there, man. I think we need to stop submitting to their nonsense, and we're really wasting our time.
And I'm gonna say again, because I've said this before, y'all. I had a girl in the car. I was dropping her at home. She said she was talking to another girl about her daddy, and she was saying all this bad stuff about her daddy. I said, "How you know?" She said, "What? How you know?" What you mean? How you know you're something bad about? How you know there's anything bad with your dad? She was like, "Because that's what I was told." So I said, "Do you know your daddy?" No. Do you remember your daddy? No. Do you spend time with your daddy? No. Then you don't know anything about your daddy. So don't you dare say anything about your own father that you don't know, because you don't know nothing's true. All you know is some hearsay stuff. So watch your mouth. Don't you ever speak poorly of your father ever again. And her thing is she just repeating what she was told. Where's she gonna get that from? Obviously, that's got to be from her mama. Her mama's a woman. Why would you trust any woman to tell the truth about her ex? Let's just be real, y'all. Why would you trust women to tell the truth about their ex? I am not saying it ain't possible for women to tell the truth about their ex, but why would you believe it? Do y'all constantly see women telling the truth, or do you constantly see women lying? Don't answer that for me. Answer that for yourself. And if you don't see women constantly telling the truth, why would you believe what they're going to say about their ex?
I mean, think about it a little bit. Like, it makes a whole lot of sense to lie on the man, because the next question will be, okay, well, you have this kid, so why aren't you with him? And then, and then from there, that'll be pretty much a bad image for her if she can't explain why she's not with the man, if he's actually a decent dude.
And yeah, Roger, I agree. Like, most of the time they're going to be lying. But let's say they're telling the truth. Let's say they actually know this person. I don't care if it's true or not, bro. That's just me. I'm just saying, like, what are you trying to get from this? What do you like? What's your purpose, man? I don't want to hear it. I don't care. You know what I'm saying? Like, let's say you know your dad or whatever, and you verify that he's this or whatever, quote unquote, bad person, or did this or did that. That's still your dad. And
And
if
I'm
you're
with you.
an adult, yeah, go. Hey, what that got to do with you? Go live your life.
Yeah, I'm with you there 100% because I checked another young lady who was talking bad about her dad, and I told her, "Don't you ever let me hear you speaking bad about your dad again. That is the one man you will never get to be able to speak bad about. Period. Because he's still your dad, you know." And you're right, because I don't care to hear it. And why are you trying to spread this negative image about the guy? And if he's so bad, then what I want you to do is deal with the fact that your mama horrible, because your mama picked him to be your father. He could have been somebody else's kid, but that's who she picked. So, and if you ain't got no issue with your mama, you bet not have no issue with your daddy. And that's just real talk for me. I don't come from this world where excuses are okay, y'all. That's not the world I come from. It just is what it is. I was taught excuses are worth 2 dead flies. Now, what you gonna get on the market for 2 dead flies? All right. Now, the thing is, though, when women do stuff like this and we don't say nothing, y'all, we're being submissive to the gynocracy. When you gonna say something to somebody about something? And if you ain't gonna talk to your own family, you ain't gonna talk to other people's family, but who you gonna say something to then? Because at some point, once you relegate yourself to the point where you can't say nothing to nobody, I'm thinking there's a coward in there somewhere. And you need to rectify that. You know? And the thing is, I don't want black men to think about the fact that you are a coward and take it as this big negative thing. No, just take it as something you need to overcome in this particular area. We're all strong in some areas, and then we're weaker in other areas. That's just being a human. But it don't make no sense in an American society for you to not be strong in these certain areas when we're going to deal with other humans. You have to deal with them at some point. If you're submissive to women, stop. I mean, there's certain submissions that come with the territory of being a man. Because when you with a woman and you actually provide for a woman, that's actually a level of submission. You have to submit yourself to whatever it is you do to make money to make sure this woman gonna be taken care of. A lot of people don't think about it that way, but that is submission. You're literally on a mission to make sure she is okay. So you're already doing stuff for her. What is so wrong with you not submitting to her in ways that you shouldn't? How's she telling you everything to do and you the person going out making sure y'all okay? And again, women don't want to make sure men are okay. So the dynamic is not going to change. We do not have house husbands all over the place, y'all. Why don't we have a house husband? Because women don't want to take care of men. Because there's plenty of women out there with enough money to take care of a man, but they ain't trying to do it. What do they do when they get some money? They say, I want a man with more money than me. That's what they say. You don't need to think like that if you actually are willing to take care of a man. So they don't look at you in that way. Get over it and stop being so submissive. You know, and don't worry about your friends making fun of you. They submissive too.
Absolutely.
You know, anybody trying to crack it, if they in your circle and you submissive, they probably submissive too. And that's real talk.
And there's an explanation for like why this happens. Like some of it is training as we go along in the years, but then some of it is just purely out of expedience because you don't have time to deal with the stuff. So you just kind of like acquiesce so that you can get on to the next thing in your life. That's why you have to drop people early so that you don't get like too kind of bound up and tied into where it's something going to be massively disruptive to your life to extract.
And black men definitely need to be comfortable with the idea it's okay to drop a woman. There's been plenty of women that didn't make it to the date with me. I got their number. I talked to them on the phone, and that was enough. I already knew right then, I can't stand you. You got to go. Okay? Yeah, that date we was going to go on Friday, we ain't doing that. It's over with. You know what I'm saying? I don't care whether she agrees with me or not. Nah, that's over with, man. We ain't no point in us going out. And it's okay to tell them that.
I'm not encouraging black men to get a feeling from this or get some type of emotion from it, but there's nothing better than if you look a woman in the eye and tell her her flaws, her downfalls, and why you don't want to mess with her. Look her in the eye and tell her that. And the look that she gives back, man, I don't know any greater thing that I've done, man. I mean, and you're doing it, and I'm not screaming. I mean, I'm saying being like a HR, somebody that works in HR, man, or just her boss, because really you are a boss. But look at her in her eye and tell her, hey, I'm not messing with you because of this, and I don't want to hear from you ever again. Something like that, man. That's cold blooded, man. But I don't, yeah, man. Like you say, Roger, most black men don't want to do that, man. But I highly encourage that. Highly encourage that.
Extract early, extract often.
And my thing is, it'll just help you find the right woman quicker. Because if you're not wasting time on the wrong woman, the right woman might come through and you just notice her a little bit quicker and easier and better. So I don't understand how it's bad for you. And if it ain't bad for you, why not do it? Okay. I tell people all the time, why would you do something that is bad for you? So the opposite of that is, why would you not do the thing that is good for you? Okay. I mean, and I'm not saying short term. In the long run, is it good for you to stay with a woman and have a contentious relationship with her? Because let's keep it real. A lot of black men, we will have relationships with women, and we will have a contentious relationship. And I don't see I don't see what you're getting out of that. Now, I do understand there are a lot of women who will say, hey, I need a little drama. I need this, I need that. Now, people use this thing about black men want peace on a regular basis, at least for right now. Well, if you want peace and she want drama, how y'all supposed to make that make sense? If you want drama, I want you gone. It's that simple to me. I don't care about your need for drama. You better pick a TV show. That's what it's drama in television shows. You can watch a movie for something dramatic, but if you're trying to create a world that, well, I'm trying to be productive and you're trying to create drama around me, I don't need you there. I'm good. Okay, I've seen, they got a whole section of movies called dramas. They got all these books that women read, and I used to thought women was like some real readers back in the day, because I used to get on the public transportation and see women with books all the time and whatnot. It took me till I was an adult to find out that they were just reading a bunch of fiction books and a bunch of nonsense, So I was thinking, because they would say, girls are so smart. And you see people reading, you think smart people read, what I'm saying? Then I found out they reading fictional stuff anyway. These people ain't that bright. Okay.
I mean, hey, Roger, some of the fictional stuff can be very intellectual in a sense or whatever, but they're reading smut, man. That's what they're
reading. That ain't what they read.
Yep.
That's what they're reading. Fictional smut.
You ain't lying, because I don't want to ever get on somebody for being a reader. You know what I'm saying? But what you reading does make a difference. They ain't out there reading War and Peace on the train, y'all. That's all I'm saying. But the thing is, we cannot be submissive to stupid ideas because it don't work for us. And as I'm saying, y'all, black men, we got to learn to look both ways before we cross the proverbial street. Real talk. Okay? So stop buying into silly stuff that they do all the time. You know what? It's guys buying into their daughters. You got a small girl. She 2 or less. And what are women putting on they girls? They put the little stretch pants on the girls, right? So the girl growing up in stretch pants. Now she's 10 years old. She still got on stretch pants. So it's normal to you. It's regular. When your girl 10 years old and she got on stretch pants, I get it. It don't mean nothing. But what is it going to mean when she's 20? Heck, better yet, what is it going to mean when she's 15 and her body starts to fill out? And understand, young ladies' bodies usually fill out before their 16th birthday. And they really don't change again until after they get pregnant. Or after they metabolism change. Yeah, they might get fat later on down the road. But until they get pregnant, their body's gonna be what their body is. So your daughter's gonna be walking around with a grown woman's body, and she been wearing stretch pants her whole life. So what you think she gonna put on when she got a grown woman's butt?
Same thing. That's the habit formation.
Hey man, Roger, I took a couple years back. I took a trip to a predominantly Muslim country, man, and this is just me revealing myself, man. And I know, and those women were covered, man. And a little part of me, man, I wanted to see some, cheeks, man. I wanted to see that, but I had to get it out of my head, man. Like, brother, and I did see it occasionally. It would be another foreigner, a Westerner visiting this country or whatever. But man, a little thing within me, man, I still kind of yearned that. I have been conditioned, man. I've been seeing so much and so many cheeks and cleavage and all this stuff, man, that I kind of had a little bit of the yearning for that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like I've been in this dirty water so long, I've become used to it to a degree, man. And that's somebody I try to be conscious of this stuff, man. And I wasn't getting any type of like reckless eyeballing from these other women with their, they'll be with their husband, over here, man, these women eyeballing you and all types of stuff, man. And I had to get used to that, man. It wasn't a lot of freakazoids running around there, man.
I mean, my thing is that's normal because you're just in a situation that wasn't quote unquote normal to you. So that makes sense. But my thing is you got to respect the game. And at the end of the day, what you couldn't say about they women is they look like hoes.
Absolutely.
Now, in America, they try to encourage men not to say it, but they do look like hoes. Just is what it is. She could be a virgin girl, but she look like a hoe. How most know she a virgin? You look like a hoe. I see girls that look like hoes in schools. Y'all ever drive around a high school and school just got out? Do y'all see how girls are dressed? They look like straight hoes and they not even out of school yet.
Sad statement.
Now the thing is, we don't say nothing. You're submitting to that culture. I'm proud of every father who jumps on somebody's case about how their daughter's dressing. And he should be married to a woman. And there are married men who will jump on their wife's case about how their daughter's dressing. Because wives, they be like, well, no, it's okay. Well, she only 10. What difference do it make? It ain't like she got no butt yet. It ain't like she got no titties yet. What's the problem? But the father's wise enough to know you got to stop the habit. Because what she going to dress like at 16 if she wearing crazy stuff when she 10? She knows, he knows to his daughter, that's just normal. Why would you say something to me? I've been wearing the same thing my whole life. So it is going to look odd to that girl.
Yeah, absolutely. Like the thing that the ladies like to say a lot of times is that they'll act a certain way or they'll change their behaviors. Like, okay, when I get a husband, I'll dress this different way and all that stuff. But the fact of the matter is that you can only perform as well as you practice. And once you put yourself into a practice of dressing like that, then that's putting yourself in a negative to start with.
Yeah, they would be lying if they would say that, though. Inspired True. They have no intentions of doing, I'm going to do this better. No, they're lying. They want to get you, they want to quote unquote groom you or get you so used to it that you don't even address it. That's what they're going to do.
And that's a dangerous form of submission because what they're trying to do is have you submit subconsciously.
Yep.
So now we don't need to discuss it if you already submitting subconsciously. And that's why I get disappointed when some men say, I'm just going to let her do what she do and she'll figure it out. No, bro, you just getting used to taking it. That's what's normally happening. You're getting used to her being able to get away with stuff. And the thing is, you don't want to confront her so you can get a better outcome. And why are we so worried about confronting women? And see, this is the crazy part too. You hear these reports about men being married and then they're not even having sex with the woman. So you're not going to confront the woman who ain't giving you none. even though you done set up here and married this woman, and you done swore off all these other women so you can just mess with her, and she doing something and you not gonna say nothing? You ain't even getting none, bro. Why you not saying that she gonna take away something that's already taken away? I'm just saying the math don't work.
Hey,
Yeah.
Roger, like when confronting these women, man, there's gonna be some conflict, man. But I think we don't submit to their terms of the conflict. We should be directing the terms of the conflict. So if she wants to yell and scream and you just want to, again, like, I mean, if you choose to do this, I don't advise this, man. But the conflict is gonna go the way I want. I'm gonna determine the rules of engagement, so to speak, if you're gonna engage. So if you're not gonna you're not gonna drag me into some emotional ranting or some fit or whatever. I'm gonna scream over you. You're gonna try to scream over me. No, the conflict is gonna go the way I'm gonna determine the rules of engagement, man. But there is gonna be conflict to accompany that.
You know what? I just want to say real quick. Just hearing you say the words, her terms of the contract sounded so foreign to me because I've never considered them. What you mean by her terms of? Oh, you talking about that stuff she say that don't matter? You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, if you with me, I have the last word. So terms of the contract are what I tell her they are. Now, for some guys, that's too much. For some women, they'll say, "Oh, that's being sexist." No, it ain't. It's called being in charge. When you was a child and your parents gave you the terms of the contract, you didn't question them. When you was at work and your boss gave you the terms of the contract, you didn't question them. It's called being in charge. It's not sexist. It's not treating somebody bad. It's called being in charge. And black men do need to be comfortable with being in charge. And I'm saying this because black men, we're taught to be submissive. Well, how are you going to be comfortable in charge if you're always being submissive? Them are two very hard things to put together and have it work right. Because you can put stuff together, don't mean it's going to work right. Those are two extremely hard things to put together, and it works right.
Yeah, it's like some messed up, jacked up IKEA furniture. Missing some pieces.
Exactly. Now it's people that can come over there and put your furniture together, and when you get done, you'll have half the nuts and bolts still on the ground. Is that going to be functional though? Is it even going to look the way it's supposed to look like? Probably not. And if it look correct and you sit on it, it's probably falling apart. Because they gave them nuts and bolts for a reason. They know it ain't going to stand without certain things to hold weight in certain areas. That's just the way it works. So at the end of the day, as black men, I'm saying we collectively have to learn to stop being so submissive when it don't make no sense. Now, I do want to say this, y'all, because I got some decent support yesterday. All right. When I got into the streets yesterday, y'all, I left my phone that I get the Cash Apps on, so I couldn't say none of the stuff that came later in the show. Okay. And even though y'all gave me stuff later in the show, I still appreciate it. And I want y'all to know it was noticed. Okay. So Afro, now it was a great show yesterday, so y'all should go back and check that out if somehow you haven't seen it. But Afro Merchant, he sent in a Cash App and he said manipulative guest tax. Now, if you saw yesterday's show, you get that. Okay. And he sent in $4.57. So shout out to that brother for the 57 cent Trail Bentley tax as well. My main man, No Placeholder, came down with the $20 Cash App. He said OT tax. Thank you very much, because y'all did get a nice hour OT yesterday. But it was a good rocking hour, y'all. It was a good rocking behind the curtain too. Too bad y'all missed it. That's all I'm gonna say, man. It was good stuff going on behind the curtain, but can't talk about it because it was behind the curtain. Shout out to Sarah. She hit me yesterday with the Cash App, the $10 Cash App. She says, thank you, Raj. Love a habitual line stepper. Shout out to you for that, Sarah. Appreciate you so much. I appreciate you so much. Real talk. Real talk. My main man, Universal UC, he said, that boy good. Shout out to J-Do and the Roger Report Live. Hey, appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you, brother. And I know J-Do gonna say thank you to Universal UC because he gave you the shout out, J-Do.
Salute, brother. Appreciate it. For real. Salute to you. I was a little boisterous yesterday, man. Usually I like to just chill out, man.
Oh yeah, you got heated. You did get heated.
Yeah, J-Do was coming out to play yesterday. J-Do came to play yesterday. He wasn't trying to be in the cut. He wasn't trying to be in cut, but it was a great show, y'all. And I'm sorry I left my phone that I get the Cash Apps on. And so I couldn't say your stuff when y'all had it coming. So my apologies about that. My apologies about that. But when it comes to this whole thing about black men and submission, and I do want y'all to, I mean, we are the most egalitarian men out here, y'all. Now, I'm going to say that might possibly be due to the fact that we do submit a little bit more than what we're supposed to be doing. Okay? I'm not saying it's a bad thing to submit in general. You're supposed to submit in certain areas. If you a man and you taking on a task with other men and you know you're not the expert, why won't you submit to the expert? That's being stupid. I'm finna do something. I got an expert with me, and all I got to do is help the expert to get the job done. But because my ego may kick in, you know, because I've been listening to some dumb black woman who told me I always had to be the head nigga in charge. You know, this what my dumb black mama taught me. Now I can't even listen to the expert so we can get stuff done expediently. So yeah, you're supposed to submit when it makes sense. But you're not supposed to submit when it don't make sense. If your woman has a bad idea, why would you submit to that? I understand she finna mess y'all up. And you sit there like, well, you know what? If I let her do it, she'll get it. She not gonna get it, bro. All she gonna get is the fact that you let her do something that was dumb.
And it'll be your fault.
Right. So she'll be ready to do the next dumb thing again. It'll just be a different dumb thing. Truth be told, it might sometimes be the same dumb thing. And you sitting there like, okay, I'm just let, you know, she done it before. Well, maybe the second or the third time she not gonna get it, bro. She not gonna get it. She lives in a society where everybody is also telling her it's your fault, not her fault. It's your fault. She's hearing those same messages. So unless you actually teach her something different, she's gonna keep operating like those messages are true. I'm not gonna let you mess me up so you can feel better. It is not my job to make you comfortable in your stupidity. That's not what we're here for as men. Okay? We are supposed to take leadership. And if you're going to take leadership, why would you let her do something stupid just so she can be comfortable? Now, my thing is one or two things kind of need to happen. Either I need a better woman, okay? Or I need to accept my role as a submissive man. Now, y'all can pick whichever one you want to pick. I ain't gonna tell you're grown men. I respect grown men. Okay, so I ain't gonna tell you what to pick, but truth be told, those are your two options. Either you accept that you're a very submissive man and you ain't really finna run nothing, or you can just get rid of her and get somebody else. And my thing is, if you do this stuff the right way, you don't have to worry about getting a divorce because this will probably be done before you get married. But if you stay with a woman and never break up with a woman, how do you not end up married to the wrong woman? You know, now we hear the stuff about black men getting divorced, and when it comes to black women, they filing all these divorce charges. Do you think the fact that we won't break up with a woman may have something to do with the fact that women divorce so much? I'm not saying it ain't other reasons, because I've talked about some of the other reasons, but I'm just saying realistically, being a little, retrospective, the fact that we generally do not break up with women, would that might have something to do with the fact that women are getting divorced so much?
Well, another funny thing that since you mentioned that is that we kind of have this idea that, being easy, being chill, make things kind of flow over easier with the women when it's actually kind of like the opposite a lot of the time. Like the easier it is to have the commitment, to have the relationship and things like that, the less they kind of appreciate it. Like it's amazing that how people will devalue the things that are actually easy.
And that's real talk. But we got my main Gold P done came into the building. So what's going on, Gold P? You got it.
Go P, what's happening?
Gold P, you know you're on mute? Or do you not know you're on mute?
I'm on mute. Hey, what's happening? What's happening?
What's happening, brother?
Hey, man. Hey, I get so excited sometimes to come up onto the Roger Report, man. I forget to unmute myself, brother.
I feel that, brother.
Glad
I
to
feel
have
that.
you.
I get you.
What's happening? What's good? What's happening? Inspired Truth and Jado, my guy.
What's up, Gold P?
Thank you for your service, brother. Thank you for your service. Yeah. Hey, look, man. I can appreciate this conversation, Roger. Once again, man, you hit them over the head hard with these kind of conversations, man. And my position is that I just personally, I prefer not to be a submissive man. No, I prefer to serve that work, man. Say no, you can't. I ain't trying to hear that. We ain't doing that. No, that's my position. Now, there are people who will find it, a great thing to be submissive in their relationship, like that. I don't think men should do it, because that's how men end up in situations where they are forever in a circle or on that merry-go-round where they're trying to make the woman happy. That I always say, happy man, better plan, stronger plan, better plan, stronger clan. That's my position. So I'll leave it at that.
Okay. Now, interesting statement from the chat. Somebody named Family Business says, the question is, do you respect or love from a woman? Well, you got to say that. What did you mean? Do you respect or love a woman? Is that what you meant? The question is, do you respect or is it expect or love from a woman? Like you're saying something, but I think the wording, I don't want to put something on you
Yeah,
that
it must
you
be
didn't
a
mean.
typo.
Yeah.
I think you're saying, do you want respect or love from a woman?
Well, respect is
Oh,
love for a man.
wait a minute. Yeah, because I read that wrong. You're right, Jado. The question is, do you want respect or love from a woman? Why is that a choice? See, no disrespect to no disrespect to the brother that's a brother, or even the sister that's a sister. Why the heck would I have to pick between those two? This and this, and not saying that he's doing something or she's doing something. Okay. At the end of the day, why would I think in any instance that I have to choose between those? If I don't get love and respect, why is she there? Black men, do y'all really believe this is a choice you're supposed to pick? You're supposed to make a choice between love and respect? If I'm dealing with a woman for the purposes of marriage, there is no way in the world that I'm gonna ever consider choosing love or respect. If that's a choice, I don't choose you. That's a choice I don't need to make.
I think we've been conditioned to think that those are two separate things, man. I think they're the same. They're interchangeable, in my opinion. And maybe I'm wrong. It's the same thing. But we've been conditioned to think love is this feeling, this, I'm falling in love, you just, adore this person so much. And not love and respect is interchangeable. And I think we need to look at it that way. It's the same thing. If you don't have respect, there's no love.
I would say the same thing. I would say that when you, let's say you love your car, right? Well, you respect it because that car can kill you, right? You you do something with that car that is, I don't, you decide to run it into a wall or whatever. You didn't have respect for the caliber of that car, right? Even though it's beautiful, you love the fact that it's your car, but you got to have a higher level of respect for it because that car can have you in a situation.
Yeah. I mean,
I've heard this argument made where, okay, you love like an infant or a
well,
2-year-old, but
hold on 1 second. Hold on a second, y'all. Y'all, when I cover the screen like that, that means normally somebody's coming up new. Okay, that's somebody coming up new. So I gotta just see if they good people trying to be a part of the conversation, which I think this person, I don't get no troll vibes or anything like that. At least not at this point. Okay, so I think we just got a new person here. He wants to be part of the conversation, or she wants to be part of the conversation, whatever it is, we're about to find out. But let me get an open statement so we can kind of see where they at.
Yes,
all right.
sir.
So shout out to Marini FC. Marini FC. Okay, looks like a gentleman. At least they got an avatar picture of a man. So we got a gentleman here, Marini FC, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Welcome to the show. You got the mic, my brother.
How's it going, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right, Roger. Thanks for having me, man. I'm new, as you said, but you guys are having a conversation that I am 100% supportive of. Family and the right family structure and the way it should go. So yeah, thanks for having me, man.
Oh, well, welcome, brother. Welcome. Am I saying your name right, Marini, or is that pronounced different?
Yes, sir, Marini. Yeah, FOG, which is Family of God.
Nice, brother. Nice. Okay. All right. Now, is there anything in particular you want to chime in real quick on? You know?
Well, I hold the position of a family as a biblical family. I believe that the man is the head of the woman. Not every man is the head of every woman. The man is the head of his wife, and she should be submissive, and she should go to him for anything that is in question. So, and it should be the decision of the head um, to move forward with whatever is in place. So that is the way I the way I raise my family, the way I move with my family is that I'm the head, and that my wife, she submits to me only, and that anytime that something needs to be decided, she comes first through me, and then a decision is made. I believe that is the best way of moving with family, is that the man should always be the head, and he should be the leader and the decision making of anything that is within the family.
Mm-hmm. Now, I'm going to say, look, y'all, it is okay for a man to delegate things, but you shouldn't be delegating to something where you don't see a person with the ability to handle the delegation. So when men say things like, no, I'm just going to let her do it because I don't want to have an argument with her, that means you're recognizing she's not capable of whatever the thing is. This is not going to work out. You recognize that because you're saying the reason you're letting her do it is because you don't want to have an argument. The reason you should be letting her do it because you see her as fully capable of getting the job done without a problem. That's why you're supposed to let her do it. Is this a teaching moment? Because, like, I understand I would tell a kid to do something that I know they can't do, but this is going to be a teaching moment that I'm going to have with the child. Okay, I know you can't do this. I need you to realize you can't do everything, and this is what you need to do when you need to get help. This is how you got to learn how to think because you just can't do it. From what you see as your natural ability at that moment. I'm trying to teach lessons here. Are we supposed to be doing this with our wives? Or are we supposed to be telling her to do the things that we understand she's very much capable of doing without a problem? So I don't think it's a good idea to be submissive and say, I'm just going to let her do it because I don't want to have an argument. That sounds like something a woman should say about her husband.
Yeah.
That's absolutely correct. The thing that kind of becomes an issue, though, is that a lot of our women aren't really trained to be wives, though. So then we have a lot of these discussions, conflicts, etc., and trying to parse out between that versus just a contentious woman becomes an issue.
Which
But
is why I'm
also,
saying these are things should be addressed far before marriage is even on the table, because they can't become wives until we give them permission to.
yeah, but
That's just the way it works.
men are not trained to be husbands either. They're not
Now,
raised to be husbands is the same, because this talk that I've heard so many times, going through these panels and talking to these men, there's always the same question. Why aren't women being raised to be wives? Well, men are not raised to be husbands either. This thing that a woman or a man is, or a girl or a boy is being raised to be a husband or a wife, uh, really doesn't exist. A girl, she sees, well, if she's got a two-parent household, she sees what it looks like to be a wife, and what it looks like to be a husband. But you really don't understand that until you get into those shoes. So
That's
even if she grows up with a father and a mother in the home, she's going to have a picture of what she thinks. But until she gets into those shoes and she actually gets married to a man and lives that lifestyle of a wife, she won't know. So it doesn't make sense when people say, why aren't girls being raised to be wives? Nobody's raised to be a wife or to be a husband.
okay, I'm going to disagree with that. But before we get into that, I'm going to say shout out to There I Said It. Now, I talked about the cash apps from yesterday, but There I Said It sent $5 in today. And he just said salute. And I'm going to say salute to you, my brother. And I definitely appreciate you. I definitely appreciate you. Now, I'm going to say this, y'all. A man doesn't have to be raised to be a husband. A woman is supposed to pick a leader that she is comfortable with. So regardless how a man is raised, if she ain't comfortable with him, she ain't supposed to be with him. It's that simple at the end of the day. He can be whatever he wants. He can be terrible. But if he's a terrible man and you with him, that's on you. It's that simple at the end of the day. A man is supposed to be himself. He don't have to be raised to quote unquote be a husband. If you like a bad man, that's your prerogative at the end of the day. And I can't tell a woman not to be with a bad man. I would suggest to my own daughter not to be with one. But if she picks a horrible man to marry, I'm out of it. You married him. Don't come crying to me. I'm gonna be like, I told you what it was. You ain't listening. That's your husband now. What you want me to tell you? Talk to me after the divorce. Because if you ain't getting divorced, what you want me to say something about him for? There's nothing to talk about. So a man doesn't have to be raised to be a husband. But when it comes to a wife, she's supposed to be a wife, because most of us are Christians, at least in 2025. What the Bible say about a wife? When a man finds a wife, he finds a good thing. That means he didn't marry her and make her a wife. She was already one.
Yeah.
So
correct.
That's why I got to disagree. I mean, I get the sentiment. I agree with the sentiment. But at the end of the day, a man got to be a man. If she picked that dude, you don't get to make an excuse to me about who that dude is. You chose him as your leader. That's your husband. I don't want to hear it. So you can't tell me later he was a drug addict. I don't want to hear it. You can't tell me he was an alcoholic. I don't want to hear it. You chose him. It is what it is.
Yep, an actualized man has a mission, a path, a direction, eventually has a lifestyle. And the type of man that you choose, the type of path that you choose, the type of lifestyle that you choose is gonna that's gonna be on kind of like the woman to choose. Like we need women to actually fall into the role of being able to to be with the leadership of role of a man. Now you could argue that, oh, okay, we have a society that's structured to not empower men to pick up their leadership roles and positions so much. But I think that kind of going back to the old women aren't trained to be wives, men aren't trained, is kind of presents a false equivalence.
Well, let me ask the question: is an athlete before or after he plays the sport?
See, it depends on the context you asking in, because if you want to be an athlete by profession, you became an athlete before you were considered an athlete.
No, an athlete is just in general. You don't have to be. You don't have to be.
That's why I said the context matters.
Okay, just go with the general. An athlete in general, not professionally, just in general. Because you can teach somebody about football, but if that person doesn't play football at all, is he a football player?
Here's the problem. This is like kind of
Your question is kind of dubious, brother. I guess you're it's kind of vague. Yeah, what are you saying? Can you get got another example?
I'm trying to make a point
Right.
that you can teach a girl can see from her mother what it means to be a wife, what it means to be a mother, but until she puts her, that's why I said in the beginning, until she puts herself in those shoes, she will not understand what that is. She has an idea, she has an understanding, but she doesn't know what that means. She doesn't know what that.
That could be with anything. Like you can say that with anything. You have a college basketball, you went athlete. So you have a college basketball player, or he played in high school, he played in grammar school, elementary, or whatever, man. But
No. What I'm saying is,
yeah.
I have a son. I can tell
Mhm.
him about soccer all day long. But if he doesn't play it, will he understand what it means to be a soccer player?
so I see
But
you making an
people,
analogy, but the analogy
No,
falls
I'm
apart
saying,
because the man is
hold
not a
on real
man.
quick.
I'm just
Real quick,
my,
because people can play something similar and have totally different ideas on what it even is.
Do you
Okay,
understand my analogy, though?
what this is what I'm saying. Michael Jordan was a basketball player, and very rare men understand what it means to him to be a basketball player versus other people that was literally in the NBA. His understanding of being a basketball player is far different than the average NBA player. And now we're talking about straight professionals. The understanding is totally different.
So
BJ
his
Armstrong got to hang around Mike. Before he was exposed to him, he did not have the understanding that Mike had about being a basketball player. And he was a professional that made it and played with him. He did not have that understanding. So this is the thing. And Family Business said this in the chat, y'all. He said, now you know what? I highlighted the wrong one. It was a different one that they did. Give me one quick second here. This was the one. He said, but is your daughter raised to be a wife? Y'all, this is black men making excuses. I'm going to call it like I see it. If you are living in America, you are 18 years old, you are out of high school, the world is open to you. I don't accept the excuse that you wasn't raised to be a wife. You control what you do. Go figure it out. Go find somebody to teach you. There is no excuse. You can't tell me, well, I wasn't raised in a home when my daddy wasn't there and I didn't see how my mom operated. I don't want to hear your sob story. I don't care. It's just an excuse at the end of the day. The only thing that matters is death in hospitals. If you was in the hospital, that's a whole different word to deal with. Or if someone extremely close to you is in a hospital, I get it. Things are going to get a little bit off track. If somebody dies or you dead yourself, things will get a little bit off track. Everything else is just an excuse. I don't want to hear about how she wasn't raised to be no wife. Who cares? If you want to be one, figure it out.
Right.
I'm, I'm
That's my
just, I was
Roger.
trying to
What you just said, that's exactly what I'm saying.
But what's your point though? I don't get it. Like
Well,
you don't know what it is to be something until you're that, but you can lay down a foundation. That's what almost anything, any profession. Like Michael Jordan didn't know what it was like being an NBA player until he got into the NBA, but he did play college ball. He played high school ball. Like what's your point? I don't
So
get it.
my point is that before he went to the NBA, he already
Mhm.
played the sport. He already had experience with the sport.
Okay.
So
Well, and he never played in the NBA. He
it
never
doesn't
played in the
matter.
NBA.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't
I think
matter.
the
okay.
reason he ain't getting what you saying, because I did the same thing. I played the sport. I never got into the NBA though,
I'm
but I
saying
did
what
play
I'm saying.
basketball.
I'm saying what's the difference? What's the difference between the NBA and the like the lower leagues? I mean, of course it's harder, but we talking about as far as
It's
just being in a
levels.
spot.
Yeah, it's
No, wait.
levels.
We're talking about okay, of course it's levels, but I'm saying it was some type of grooming that Mike had to go through. Yeah, the little league, the high school level. It took him what am I trying to say? Because it's like some type of grooming you got to go through to get to
Any
that point.
profession, any type of position you're taking, man, if you're getting some type of foundation laid, you're getting trained or whatever it is, okay, you're getting a foundation. But until you feel that position, of course, like it's a new type of thing. Like I don't like that's with anything.
Yeah, that's
I don't get
if
it.
you're
Until you
driving
actually
a
do it.
car. You can drive a car. I mean, before you drive a car, you gotta study stuff, take a
Right,
road test to see if you can even
right,
actually
exactly.
operate the vehicle. But the thing is, the way he was saying is that we know the woman ain't gonna really understand until she's actually a wife, until she's actually
Yeah.
went through the process and got married. She gonna
But
have to have some type of understanding
don't you think
beforehand.
that's what the relationship is about? I mean, it ain't that much different from a relationship and a
No,
marriage.
no,
So
no,
of
no,
course,
no, no.
yeah,
That's
she
not the
is
same
gonna
thing.
get some grooming before she get to that point.
No, a
A person
relationship
should
is not the same
get
thing
some
as a
level of
marriage.
grooming, but at the end of the day, everybody is not gonna get the same level. Just like Dennis
Yeah.
Rodman, very
That's
odd
Nobody
picture,
said that.
picked up basketball very late, still
right.
became a professional player that most of us can't do if we started at 5.
I'm just saying, like, that's part of life. Like, there's nothing. I mean, that's everything. Like, what are we talking about? I'm asking the brother, what's his point? What is he getting at? What is he trying to say?
No,
Like, I don't.
my point is that this idea that we are raising children to be wives or to be husbands, it doesn't really exist. It's an illusion.
That's
So
not
you,
true.
so you wouldn't raise your son or daughter to be a husband or a wife?
It, it's just certain qualities in a person. If you instilling those qualities in your kids, you most definitely prepping them for
It's,
marriage. I'm not
it's
sure
just
what you're
a.
talking about.
It's just a foundation, brother. I don't know if he's. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wouldn't raise my son or daughter to not be a husband or a wife. I wouldn't do it. That don't even sound
No,
right
no,
to me.
no. It ain't saying if you would do it or wouldn't do it, but he's saying that it's just not a real thing.
So
would
what?
put
Let me ask this question: what happens if you just have a son? You didn't marry or anything like that. How would you raise your son?
Y'all, no, hold on, real quick. Hold on, real quick, y'all. Cause Santana then came, but Santana already kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But Kevin 3905 is here. But I gotta bring up. I'm not sure who this is, y'all. I'm sure he's a familiar, but somebody literally coming up with the name Jordan Sucks. Okay.
Here we
Let's see
go.
who that is.
Here
So
we go.
I'm pretty sure I know who this is, and I got a second guess that if it ain't the person I think it is. But let me let Jordan Suss get the floor, and then I'm gonna come back to Kevin 3905, and then we'll get more into the conversation. Jordan Suss, go ahead.
Salute to everybody on the panel.
Oh, hell no.
Roger finally said the truth, y'all. Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here first. Finally said the truth. But I was
That's
actually
despicable.
Gotcha.
That's despicable. I'm just saying.
I
He
Is it
did.
like
I was gonna chill.
is it like a tempting feeling for him to tell him to explain himself? or if
No,
that's
no, no,
just me how I'm feeling.
Hold on, Santa. Jordan Suggs has what I call Ivy League privilege. So when he comes, he's gonna always be next. There's some people here with PhD privilege. There's some people with Ivy League privilege, and there's some people with elder privilege. He happens to have Ivy League privilege, so he gonna get right in. Okay, so we're gonna come back to Kevin 3905 because he ain't had a chance to make opens. Well, actually, after the Ivy League privilege, we're gonna have elder privilege because Black Uru just came up. So
What's
these
happening?
two gentlemen will go first, then we'll get to Kevin 3905, then we'll continue with the conversation.
So yeah, I'll be really quick.
Jordan Sucks.
Yes.
You have the floor, you despicable mofo. Go ahead.
Hey man, hey, I could have told the real truth about, we don't know who his real father is, but I kind of leave that to LeBron. So okay, so the thing about it is where I'm kind of confused at is like this, right? Like there is a grooming process and there is a foundation. I mean, even Frederick Douglass said it best himself, right? It's better to teach young men it's better to teach young boys than broken old men. Meaning this, a lot of things that that is necessary and for grooming and to raising happen in our formative years, our foundational years. And so one of the reasons why we're having this problem is because too many young girls are put in a situation, are literally put in a situation where they're raised to be independent and not raised to be wives. They're not raised to be submissive, right? There's just too many. And so then when it's come time for the show or the dance, they cannot compete. And when you look at other cultures and other races, they make sure that their young are able to thrive in that. That's why when you look at places like Indonesia and India, 1% divorce. Because they put time and an effort into growing and raising their children. And you can look at it this way, right? China has high divorce because China doesn't really focus their children on marriage. They really focus their children in academics. So you see where they excel. Black community, what do we excel in? Twerking, drinking, getting it in. Right? So formative years do matter, right? And go back to the basketball analogy. That's why LeBron sucks, right? He is below 50% in the finals, right? Because he wasn't trained in being a winner. He was only trained to use his natural abilities and talents with a little bit of steroids. That's why he got 20 plus years.
Oh my
Hey,
God.
brother. They
Oh
kept
my
me
God.
safe, man.
The steroid crack that's just a joke, y'all. That's just a joke, okay?
Oh, well, allegedly. But what we do know, unallegedly, that his mom was getting nice with a teammate, and he choked. That's what we do know.
Let me get it from the Black Uru. Let's have some wisdom up here.
Yeah.
The elder is here. You got it, Black Uru. How you doing, brother?
Muted.
Yeah, you're on mute, Black Uru. And y'all, please keep in mind the topic of the show. Keep in mind the topic of the show before y'all start veering off too much.
I don't hear anything.
Oh,
but Roger,
still nothing.
was that off topic, Roger?
No. I'm just warning people because I seen where stuff was about to head to. That's all. Black Rule, if you're unmuted, we do not hear you, brother. We don't hear you at all.
I do not hear him at all.
Okay, he just dropped down, so he must got something going on that he need to get taken care of. Now, Kevin 3905 hasn't had a chance to make a statement, so we're gonna give it to him, and then Champ Car for Life then came up. So those two, then we'll continue in the conversation. So Kevin 3905, you have it, my brother.
All right, I got two quick things. Can you guys hear me pretty good?
Yeah, we hear you fine.
Okay, first of all, to the LeBron comment, as a Lakers fan, if you ain't cheating, you ain't trying. So I don't even want to hear that.
That's a true Lakers spirit right there.
to the topic at hand. The new brothers, family of God. I assume that refers to an Abrahamic religion. I'm irritated because the Bible says, as Roger stated, that he that finds a wife finds a good thing. That means she was a wife before you found her. And it also says that the older women are to teach the younger women how to be wise. So yes, they are supposed to get taught. I don't even understand how you're not aware of that. Now, do we live in a nation full of whores? Yeah, we do. Just a lot less wives than there used to be, but there are wives out there. But with the passport bro movement and all that other kind of stuff, which I know Roger doesn't really promote that, you can go where
But I
you need
do
to go to
support it.
find a
I
wife.
do support it though.
Right. I'm just saying you don't promote it. I'm just saying you're mostly for FBA, which I don't have a problem with that at all. I've never had trouble with women myself personally, so I don't care. But you can go find wives. In the Hispanic community, these girls are being taught to be wise at an early age. I'm talking about 3, 4, 5 years old. They're in the kitchen cooking. There are plenty of women that are taught to be wise. Now, what they choose to do as adults is a different thing. But you can look at the cultural background of certain people. There are people being taught to be wise. We're just having a problem in the FBA community. We just got way too many hoes. That's just what it is. But I'm irritated that part of your moniker is family of God, and you take this position of that you don't get taught. That's not true. You just groom your wife to be your wife once she leaves her father's household. But she
I,
should
Follow
have traits of being a wife.
all
follow up
right.
question. So you're saying foundation?
Hold on, because Black Uru's back. He was having some trouble earlier, so let me get him right in. Black Uru, you got the floor.
You're on mute, Black Guru. You're
Black
on mute.
Uru, you on mute right now. You have the floor. Black Uru going once.
May still
Black
be
Uru
asleep.
going twice. I'm gonna assume that he must be distracted right now. So Champ Cop for life, you got it.
Hey, happy Friday, everybody. I hope you all having a good day. I'm just going to say this, and I've been saying this, since I've been on your podcast, on YouTube, Roger. Okay, the problem is that black women, we want to get married and be with black women, but too many of them are being raised by single mothers who are being teaching them to be boss chicks, independent women, and do a lot of unfortunate, unsavory spouse stuff. So, black men, we're going to have to make a decision right here. And I'm glad somebody mentioned about the passport bros and everything else. I know, Roger, you don't, you support it, and I'm glad you do, and everything else. Black men are going to have to go ahead and seek options outside um, of, of marrying, of being with a black woman. Okay? Because, there's too many of us brothers who are single. There's 54% of us who are single and are childless. Okay? Just recently, I was reading a little background of Senator Tim Scott and everything else. A lot of people question his pick of his wife, who's a white woman and everything else. He was in a long-term relationship with a black woman for like about 8 years, and unfortunately, he didn't end up getting married to her because she wasn't ready for it. So he met this white girl at a church and everything else. And 2 years later, he ended up getting married. Now, was it arranged? It's possible, and everything else. But he was 57 years old when he finally got married and everything else. Cory Booker, he's finally getting married, at the age, 55, 56 years old and everything else. I mean, he had been hanging around with Rosario Dawson. What I'm saying is that, look, we gotta start looking outside and everything else. We want to be with black women, but if black women want to continue on with this pattern and everything else, being boss chicks, independent women, and all that type of stuff, living off government and everything else, getting their hair weaves and all that, and being hoes, forget it. I'm gonna land my plane here.
Okay, I'm gonna try Black Uru one more time before we give it back to regular conversation. Black Uru, you have the floor, my brother. Black Uru, you have the floor. Black Uru is on mute, but you do have the floor. Okay, I'm gonna have to assume he's distracted, y'all. But so he'll just jump in when he gets ready.
Bro,
Okay.
Raj, I wanted to pose a question, man. Like something really stood out to me. And I just wanted to pose a question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
The brother Marini, yeah, you came on like you were spitting some fire, but it was a questionable. It was something that one thing you said, like every man is not over every woman or whatever. And I don't know. I just come to think like I don't know exactly what you meant by that. I think maybe I do know, but I want you to explain further. But I think that just the natural order of God, man. I think we all have men have natural authority over women. Period. Overall. But I was wondering why you said that and what exactly you meant by that.
Well, not every woman has to submit to me, right? Or it's just my wife that submits to me.
See, the thing is, you pose a question that depends on context. Because if a woman's not submitting to you and you are there, that sounds like a problem.
No, she's not my woman. Why is she submitting to me?
I agree with him. him.
No, the thing is, that's why I say it's about the context of the situation.
Right. That's what I said.
If a woman
not
is
all
not
women.
with her husband, meaning you're not there, and something needs to be done for her, she gonna have to submit to the man that can do it for her.
No, but I mean that's not the question on the table, at least how I interpret it. If you're walking down the street and you see women just walking past you, they don't need to submit to you. You don't know them.
Which means it's about the context. That's what I'm saying. It's about the context.
I'm just talking about a natural. We can come up with 1,000 scenarios, but I'm saying like, man, go ahead, bro.
I'm speaking to what Jado was saying, right? Because Jado's saying just the natural order of things. If I'm interacting with a woman, the natural order, even though this woman does not belong to me and I'm not responsible for this woman, that the natural order is she should submit to me just based on my gender. And I disagree with that.
I don't even think like context definitely matters.
Yeah, and I honestly don't think it's important to the I just think it's something he threw out there, but it's not really important to this conversation, really at all. Because this conversation is literally about black men being submissive.
Well, that's true. Black men are submissive.
In case y'all ain't figured that out yet, okay?
Yeah.
I was gonna go back to the topic.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if we're talking about black men, I would say this. And this is no shot to nobody, but if a black man is married to a FBA woman, he is more likely to be submissive than a black man who is not married to an FBA woman, and I'll leave it like that.
No, I think that's fair to say.
Well, I don't know about that.
I think that's fair to say when you look at how a lot of women operate. And like I was saying earlier, a lot of guys have been trained to just let the woman have her way. She'll figure it out. But you have to submit to her doing stuff she ain't got no business doing for you to operate like that.
I mean,
yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah.
And the reason why, and like I said, the reason why that we're kind of that we're more submissive to an FBA woman is because look at the surroundings around us and everything else. The granocracy movement has really got a stranglehold here in this American society. So that's why, if we say something not to do it, but they do it anyway, we basically have to just let them go ahead and do some potential bad stuff that's going to happen to them.
What the thing is, as most black men don't even believe you should punish your woman. We believe that if your woman does something wrong, she just did it wrong, and that's the end of it.
Nah, you can punish her in multiple ways.
I'm not saying you can't, but realistically, do most black men believe they should punish their woman?
I think
No,
I
they
think all
don't.
black
They don't.
I think all
I
black
do.
men. It's a term for this. It's a word. It's a what that is. Happy wife, happy life. That is like
Yeah,
a submitting term in a way. Like it's
It
whatever
is.
she
it
wants.
is. It
So
is.
men are back to submissive.
Happy
And, and,
man,
and,
buddy.
and truth be told, I'm gonna say this, y'all. This is what I really believe is happening when it comes to divorce, because black women, they keep fighting for these divorces. Honestly, I believe a lot of these divorces are coming from the fact that the man is not submitting.
Oh yeah.
That's what
I
I
agree.
really honestly believe they're coming from. The
Yeah.
man ain't submissive to her, and she can't take it no more.
Yeah.
That's the reason
Yeah.
why that these the divorces are pretty high here, because they want the man bow down to everything else. They don't believe in 50-50 and everything else. And if they're not if they're not if he's not listening to her and everything else, not listening to her demands and everything else, then she's going to file for divorce, based on irreconcilable differences and whatnot and everything. So unfortunately, the judge is going to side with her.
Yeah,
You
but
get the money,
champ,
you get
I
all
gotta
that
say this.
money,
I
and
don't think it has anything to do with
money.
50-50. I don't think it has anything to do
Now,
with
I cause
50-50.
now I'm confused because didn't it say it was more finances than anything
No,
when it came to women divorcing?
before irreconcilable difference took over, the two biggest issue women would say was finances and communication. And the thing is, those were lies in the first place. A woman she has a very good idea of how much money you make before you married her. So for her to divorce you over finances is silly talk.
So why marry?
The man got married for his reasons. We're talking about why a woman got a divorce. That's two separate things.
Okay, but okay.
The man is
You
not a
guys
woman,
know my position,
so he
man.
can't think with the woman's brain. What the point he was just asking was, well, he's making a point about why women got divorced. The reason they used to say was finances. If you have intelligence, you can understand that's not the truth. She knew what type of money he made before she married her. So how is finances going to be the actual reason
So
she got
wait.
divorced?
So you
That
saying
does not
women
make
are
sense.
you saying wait? So you saying women are divorcing because men are not being submissive now?
No. What I said is I do believe the major reason for divorce is because the men are not submissive.
I don't believe that, but okay.
Yeah, they got some true. Yeah, they got
Well,
some truth in it. They got
There
some
is
truth
How
in
when
it.
that
so you
though,
telling me
fellas. There is
they
truth.
telling us one thing as far as is finances and whatever else, but we sitting here saying that it's really majority of the time us being submissive.
Bro, just stop for a moment and just do a little bit of thinking. Just think about finances alone. Take everything else off the table. If a woman's going to divorce a man that she loved enough and she married, she knew who he was. She had a serious idea of how much money he makes. She married that man. You telling me a few years later she's going to divorce him over finance when she knew what he was making before she got married? Does that make sense?
No, bro. You like you skipping the gun because of course a man can lose his job. He can fall on hard times. You missing that out.
Santana. Women, in order to preserve their image, they will make up a lie, bro. The marriage vows say till death do you part. So even if he did lose his job, you're supposed to be there. Do you get that?
It literally
Well, I
They're
says
mean, of
right
course.
lying, brother.
Wait.
They're lying.
Of course, they supposed to, but that don't mean they gonna do it or they
okay.
want to.
So Santana, just chill. I'm just saying, just a little bit of thinking, brother. They say, but when they was tracking this before irreconcilable difference was allowed, the main two reasons was finances and communication. That's what they would say. How is your reason for getting divorced finances when you pretty much knew what the guy made before you got married? You took a vow that said for richer or poorer. So even if you're gonna throw in something about the guy lost his job as if he couldn't get another job, okay? Guys who have jobs, even if they somehow get laid off or something, they usually just go get another one. So
Like,
even if
think
you
about
gonna
it.
throw that in there, bro,
I
how was it
hear what you,
about
but think about it.
finance?
Think about. Hold on, wait. Think about what they. Hold on. Think about what they say when they be like, a man can't keep a job, or you know what I'm saying. It's temptation out here
That's
for
just excuses.
men
They're
with other
lying.
money. That's
They're
not excuse. What
lying.
are you
Yeah.
talking about?
Lying, bro. Be good. Go ahead,
Or
go.
it could have been.
Okay, let me say this to you real quick, Santana. Okay, let's make it make sense. When you see men who are recently divorced, is it a usual thing that they was just recently fired from a job? Do we see the results of that being said? When men get divorced, do you meet a man that was divorced and he just happened to lose his job 6 months before she filed the paperwork?
Nope.
Did you know men like that? Do you know any men that did that? Because the men I know that got divorced got the same job they had now that they had when they was married. They got the same career, because I know some people separate careers and jobs. They got the same career right now that they had when they was married.
But look, it's what the deal is, as a what I've seen, and many of you probably have seen, is that it is not that he didn't have he had a lot of money when he began. He might have had little money. The conversation is, because we always hear it, he wasn't ambitious enough. He didn't push forward to make more money. That is the conversation we hear more.
And that makes sense if Dr. Dre didn't get divorced. That makes a lot of sense if Dr. Dre didn't get no divorce.
It's crazy. It's crazy how we know females are hypergamous, but yet we blame it on other things as far as us not being submissive. That's
what
crazy.
we're talking about means hypergamy ain't had nothing to do with it. What more hypergamy did you need for Dr. Dre?
It does, bro, because if it's other better options out here, and
what better option did you have besides Dr. Dre?
Oh my God, I'm not talking about that specific situation,
bro. It's just an example. This stuff happens in everyday regular life.
Bro, you can't use a rich ass man as an example.
Bro, it's 1,000 women right now on the internet talking about how I left my husband and ain't got nobody better yet. Thousands of them.
Listen,
okay, but that don't mean that when they was in their relationship, they weren't thinking that they can do better.
Look,
who cares, bro? You ain't supposed to be married if you think you can do better. Do you not get that?
Hey, bro, hold on. I hear you on that, of course, bro. That sounds good, but that don't mean that when they with you, they don't think that they can do better.
Roger, ain't he still a new in? He's coming in like, and he's wrong, but I'm just saying, bro, fall back a little bit, man.
What am I wrong about?
Listen,
everything you're saying.
I did a broadcast about a model. A model, she is a plus size model. She said she was married. She divorced him. Now she's out in the spaces talking about men are ashamed to be with the plus size woman. Model. she's out here talking about men don't want her. They're ashamed to be out in public with her.
So she gonna shame men into liking her.
She gonna shame men into liking her because she won't get her own behavior together. Right? I'm just saying, this is people. They divorce you and then go out and say, "Hey, it's because of so and so and this and that," and put it in the general public. It's saying what you men, us men, are not accepting because of what she has decided. The thing is about what is her decision when it comes to your decision. And you as the man are saying, hold on, baby. There's brothers out here who will accept a big woman. Roger won't. He's told that story.
Ain't gonna happen with me, bro.
And I shout that out all the time. I like that story, Roger. I make it a point to express that. My guy Roger don't rock like that.
Yeah, but I fought that fight. I lost.
Look, there are brothers out here. There are men out here who will accept a big woman, right? But at the same time, because she's saying people wouldn't accept her, these men wouldn't accept her because of her size. That's not true. It is that a man will come with a line of proper instruction and corrections, which perhaps Roger has his point where they are not willing to stay in the relationship because that man won't adhere to what she wants.
Yeah, it's about control.
So here
A
we
lot of
are.
these divorces are happening because the woman, as scripture says, she will want to be over the man, but she won't succeed because the man won't allow. And since that is true, if the man don't allow her to be over him, she will make excuses and make ways for her to divorce and do her own life.
And that's what I'm saying. When you look at the divorce reasons they give that don't make actual sense. Again, see, when they gave women the excuse of irreconcilable differences, because there was somebody out there who could tell women was lying. Because you're saying women are getting divorced because of finances. You've been known about what the man makes. So you didn't get divorced over no finance. You was good. And again, when you talk to a lot of men who got divorced, they literally got the same job right now that they had when the ex-wife was married to him.
And Roger, let me say this too, that a lot of men marry a woman, or a lot of women marry a man that he's making a lot less than years after, because we know, somebody that's been at a job for 10 years, he's not making the same.
Well, let me correct
right?
what you said, because I was about to say the same thing.
Okay.
When the man got married, he now made more money when she asked for the divorce.
Right.
Because
Exactly.
the man that moved up in his career, or he's had a few job changes where he's now making more money than what he was making in the first place.
Right. So if she was able to marry him when he was making 40, 50,000, and now after 5-6 years he's making 100, 150, why is she divorcing him? It's not because of finance.
I don't want to go that extreme, because that's a very, very small group of men. You married a man making, hold on, you married a man making 35,000 a year. You with him for maybe 7-8 years. Now he was at 35,000 when you crossed the aisle. Now he at 40,000, 42,000. He making more money than he was making before you walk down that aisle. So to say finance is the reason I got divorced, if you have sense, that's a lie.
That's what they say.
Yeah, what it's really all about is boredom.
Bro, we're not arguing what they say. I'm talking about what's the truth. What's the actual truth? So he makes more money now than he was making when she walked down that aisle. So it's her saying finances is the issue only makes sense that that's a lie in the first place.
Right. So what you're saying is you telling women why they leaving.
I'm telling you why a lot of women are leaving.
Okay.
I mean, come on, man.
But hold on.
Hey, look, listen. When you're in these cases,
at the end of the day, actually, we know why women are leaving. We know what irreconcilable differences, and we know what that means. It means that you are not, number one, either I'm not happy with you because I'm bipolar, or you're just not being submitted to what I want anymore, right? I'm not happy with you because you're not you're not submitting to what I want anymore. And that's the bottom line. And we have to get rid of this hypergamy thing, because women are not hypergamous. Hypergamous, when you look at the anthropological definition, it means the best man for resources for my children. Women are not thinking about their children. Women practice Buford law. What have you done for me lately? We got to number one, understand what these terms mean. And number two, we have to apply it correctly. Women do not care about their offspring like that.
Roger, can I ask you a question?
That's right. I agree. And this is why I come back to again about the situation, that because of this, black men are going to have to start making decisions on who they want to be with. I know they love their black women, but it's a challenge right now because a lot of them are geared, or their mindset is in that pattern right now. So they got to make that decision right now.
Roger, can I ask you a question?
Yeah. Go ahead. Ask your question.
What does submission look like to you?
It means doing what I say. It means doing what I say.
No, I'm saying as a man to a woman.
It means doing what the man say.
No,
she on his
no,
purpose.
no. I said. So it's this. The title of this is a man being submissive, right? So I'm saying, what does that look like towards his woman?
Okay, a lot,
He
as I
admitted
was
it.
saying earlier in the show, a lot of men are being submissive because we give control to women where they should not have control. Period. A lot of us ain't challenging women on anything that we do not actually agree with. So we're putting it to them that we agree with stuff that we don't because we're not saying anything.
Can I give
So
my
you
example?
telling me we Okay, I'm sorry.
And when we listen to women talk about toxic masculinity, that's being submissive to them.
No,
Is that familiar to you?
I'm talking about as far as in a marriage. But
It could be in a marriage too.
Marriage too.
Okay, put it like this, bro. You got a woman. She wants to drive a nice new car. Okay, she says she wants a Mercedes Benz. Husband say we can't afford a Mercedes right now. We gonna get you a new car, but it can't be a Benz. Repair cost too high. Can't do that one. Now she go out and she buy a Benz anyway. She go to the car lot, do the whole thing. She come back home with the Benz. Now she tell her husband, "Well, I went and bought a Benz anyway." And when you just simply accept that and let her keep that car, you submit it.
And you telling me men? Hold on, wait. You telling me men actually are going through relationships and getting in marriages, acting like that?
Oh yeah.
Yes. Oh,
wow.
Absolutely.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yeah. Men who are in relationships like
You
that.
never heard of the term simp?
Yeah.
Man.
Well, now my thing is, simp is a very overused term. Simp is really about a man who.
It's
But
a
if we
man
look at
bound
this
down.
case,
It's a
it's about
man
a man
lowering
who was.
his
Hold on, y'all. Let me say this: a simp is really a man who's trying to protect the woman from accountability.
No.
So that's what I'm saying. In this particular case, no, because simp when it got to the internet, it got overused, and people was like, "Dude, buying his woman some flowers, he a simp." No, he's not a simp for showing his woman some affection.
No,
a
that's
simp
not a
is
simp.
about a man who will protect a woman from accountability, and he has no reason to do so. But regardless of all that, at the end of the day, if you're not in charge, you're not in charge, and if you're not in charge, you're taking the submissive role. That's what being submissive is.
But isn't being a simp too is allowing your woman to buy Mercedes Benz despite
to be submissive.
If she come home with the Benz and you don't take that thing back, if it ain't no issue, if you just accept it, yeah, you just submitted at the end of the day. Ain't no getting around.
So pretty much what you're saying is
right there.
I thought women love dominant men, but I guess not. Let you tell it.
No. Black women have a history of avoiding dominant men.
Yeah.
So you worry about what they talking about. We worry about what they doing.
Hey.
Black women avoid dominant men all the time.
Yeah.
Brother, have you heard of a woman called Michelle Obama? Hello? Santana. Have you heard of a woman called Michelle Obama?
Yes, okay.
Does she like dominant men? According to what she's saying in public?
What does she say? What does she say in the public? I mean, I would look at Obama as a dominant man.
No,
but we're not talking about your view of Obama. We're talking about Michelle's view.
How would I know how her view to Obama looks? How would
when
I know
people start talking, let me answer this question, y'all. You can tell people's thought processes based on things that come out their mouth. They're telling you what their thought process is when they talk. So when Michelle called herself a single mother in front of the public, reporters is actually there. What that don't tell you something about what she think?
When Michelle said she didn't want Obama to win, when Michelle says, I can't stand that man sometimes, what other first lady have you ever heard say some shit like that?
Come on.
Well, I mean, these are birds, man. Okay. And in the spaces in which she's inserted herself into these spaces to where she wants to trauma bond with other birds, regardless of her level. She wants to trauma bond with other birds. So of course she's going to use certain talking points. And for the record, if we want to put up the picture of hypergamy, we should put up the picture of Kamala. That's the picture of hypergamy. Just sudden.
I hold fast, y'all, because Chef done came up. So, hey, it is what it. Chef, you got the flow, brother.
What's happening, Chef? What's good? And Chef, it ain't me and Roger today. I felt well safe.
Because I'm thinking Chef up here with an open palm right now. He about to slap somebody.
Hey, he ain't slapping me today. I ain't getting the belt pulled off on me today.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you happen to find yourself.
Yes, sir.
On this fantastic Friday.
Good early to you, brother.
Fellas, good afternoon. Greetings to everyone on the panel. I really just jumped up to say you all were doing very, very well. All I want you all to do is stop talking over each other. I really feel like we are repeating yesterday. And in my honest opinion, my troll radar is going off because the conversation was going fine, but then characteristics of a troll just started popping up here, there, statements here, statements there. These, I'm not calling anyone a troll, but if you took the Family Feud survey and asked 100 people, some of these characteristics might pop up as an answer. All I'm saying is I'm getting troll vibes, and over here at the Roger Report Live, we serve cornbread with our soup and not crackers. And that's the only warning I'm going to give. With that, I'm going to land my plane, gentlemen.
Shout out to Chef. What y'all say the thing was, let's level set the conversation. let's get back on point, y'all. Let's get back on point. Okay, look, have some men made some terrible choices when it comes to women? Yes. Men are humans. Some humans gonna make a bad choice. It just come with the territory of being human. And some men have made some terrible choices with women because we live in a society that encourages black men to do so. And we live in a society where black men don't break up with women. If you don't break up with a woman, eventually one of them men gonna marry one of them women he should have been got rid of. That's going to happen. It's a natural order of things.
Hey, Roger, can I just share something? It's a little personal, if you guys don't mind.
Go ahead, brother.
Okay, but it has
to
do
let me say this real quick. Okay. Y'all, we'll go into the 4-hour mark because we already in overtime. Because if y'all don't know, we didn't hit the 3-hour mark. So the show's supposed to close out, which I really wanted to close out at 3 today. But I'm gonna go for one more hour so we can get back on point and present ourselves the way we should be presenting ourselves as black men. Okay, an hour to get ourselves right. Go ahead, my brother.
Going. I don't mean to go backwards, but just going a little bit back on what I was talking about, and it didn't really make sense to some people. And let me share a personal experience, okay? So my wife, she was raised by a mother and a father. He was a pastor, and they've been married to this day. Got married. They weren't involved with nobody else. They got married virgins, and they've been married for, I don't know, maybe 30 plus years. And she was raised by them. But then when she got married to me, okay, I married her as a virgin. I married myself, or we got married. I also got married as a virgin. Now, when we got married, she had an idea based on what she saw from her parents. She had an idea of what it meant to be a mother, a wife. She had an idea. But when we got married, she didn't really understand what it meant to be a wife. Why? Because she was never married before. It makes sense. So with time of us being married, now we've been together for almost 15 years now. Now, with the time of us being married, we've learned, by living together, doing our life together, of course, and growing together, we've learned what it really means. I mean, I didn't have any idea of what it meant to be a husband or a father, just because I wasn't married before and I didn't have my father in my life. So I had no idea of that. But she did. Now, when we got married, she didn't really understand what it meant to be a wife. She had no idea, even though she saw the way her mom, uh, um, the way they lived their life, the way she saw them live their life, and the way they acted with each other. She had no idea, because when we first got married, and the first year and the second year, we had no idea. She had no idea what it meant to be a wife, a submissive wife, someone, she's very strong minded, so she had to learn certain things as a wife. She had to learn certain things, and I had to learn certain things as a leader of the home, as time went by. And with time, we began to understand, okay, this is what a biblical man is, this is what a biblical wife is. And so when I said in the beginning that this idea that a child is being raised to be wives, or or a boy is raised to be a husband, that's what I meant. Like, we may have an idea, we may have certain characteristics, that will help the marriage, but we have no idea until we actually put ourselves into that position. I don't know if that makes sense. I just wanted to share that, just to give you guys an idea what
Can
I
I jump
meant
in
to
here real
say.
quick?
Go ahead.
Okay, well, before you jump in, let me say shout out to Trust. Trust said extended shows equals cash out plus trail penalty tax. And I'm gonna say this, y'all. A little while ago, Trust actually sent in the cash app herself. She said, "Tell these folks the cash app is open." So, cause she told me to tell y'all, the cash app is open. All you gotta do is go to $ the Roger Report for your cash app, and we'll get you taken care of. And we appreciate it. We appreciate it. Okay. Also, shout out to my main man, Champ Cop for Life, who came through with the cash app himself. He put another $5 in a little bit ago. So shout out to Champ Cop for Life. Appreciate you, my brother. Appreciate you, my brother.
You're
And
welcome.
as I'm speaking, shout out to Sarah. Sarah B just hit me with the $10. She says, "Trust, shout out to you." So she's shouting out Trust with the $10 cash out. Appreciate you, Sarah. Go ahead, champ. You about to say something? Go ahead.
No, somebody else.
No, I was just,
Yeah, I was gonna get in.
you're welcome, man. You're welcome. I sent a donation to you. Yeah, but that's all I wanted to say.
Well, much appreciated, brother.
Okay.
Much
Hey,
appreciated.
can I jump in here real quick, Roger?
Yes, sir.
All right. So I'm driving and I can't look at my phone, so forgive me, brother. I'm not familiar with your name, and so forgive me, but I'm the brother that was just talking. I understand perfectly what you are saying, and I understand the point that you're coming from, and I want to help because I was listening to Jado saying, what's your point? What are you saying? Let me give this analogy. All of us have gone into, whether it's been Walmart, Lowe's, Home Depot, to get a key made, right?
Real talk.
Okay, so now you go in there and you see a shelf full of blanks. Now these blanks are intended to become keys. That's why they cut in the right shape, but they're blanks. They are a blank canvas, but they are intended to be keys. This is the purpose for which this piece of metal was cut. It is intended to be a key. Now, when you go in to say, I want to purchase this particular blank, you give them then the pattern that fits your lock, i.e., you take a blank a woman who is intended to be a key, and then you cut her to your lock. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Very well said. Very well said.
Yeah. Yep.
And that's exactly.
And that's what everybody has been saying, but nobody's really put it together. Yes, they are. Yes, a young lady should be raised as a blank. Yes, there are characteristics of a wife that you should learn, that you should see. But the only way you're going to quote unquote, well, not quote unquote, the only way you're going to truly know what it means to be his wife is to be married to him. That's the difference.
Exactly.
You have to know what she has to know what it means to be his wife.
Yeah.
Not just a wife.
That makes
My
sense.
wife and I have been married for 27 years. I didn't ask my wife to marry me until I saw certain characteristics. Like my wife, we were in college. My wife lived in an apartment with 3 other young ladies. And my wife was the one that kept all of them in line. And I'm not talking like with an iron fist. No, she was the one that made sure, everybody ate. When they threw a party, she made sure that everything was together. When it came time for the bills, she made sure that everything was squared away for the house. I saw characteristics of responsibility. I saw nurturing. These are the things that are on that blank. When we got married, then she figured out what it meant to be my wife. And I was able to, as we went through the years, that's when you're cutting and molding and making, you're making her your wife, but you're also making yourself her husband because you are a blank as well. And the problem we have a lot of times today is some of these young dudes, they still blank. Some of these old dudes, they still blanks because they have never had a man cut them, mold them, and say, now you are intended to be a husband. We just got dudes out here with penises, and they say, because I got one of these, I can be a husband. And that's not the case. It's so not the case. Because I don't care what blank you take from Walmart, Home Depot, or Lowe's. You ain't going to put it in your door and open nothing. It's useless. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Yeah.
Can I ask you a question? I just wanted to know, so you don't feel that men are born protectors and born providers?
Everybody has natural instincts, but for someone to take that on fully, they got to be convinced, bro.
Again, you're blank. You're a blank. When you go to the first grade, you get with around other guys, around other little boys, and we were talking about you start wrestling, you start cracking jokes, you start joning, and it's a natural thing, but you're actually sparring and building yourself up, building up enough strength because this is what you will face in the world. So by nature and by nurture, you're groomed to be a protector because you got to protect yourself first. You're not born. You don't come out your mama's womb and be like, okay, I got to protect the world. No. It really is a ton of socialization, but it's some natural instincts that are just there. It's just the natural way your body grows. We get out, we run, we jump, we hustle, and we fall down because we can take it. Because we need that battering to actually build our bodies to be the protectors that we will eventually learn that we need to be.
And you got to understand that nature isn't always right. Naturally, sugar is great. It's naturally great. You're going to crave sugar. It's wonderful. Okay, we put in all types of desserts and we put in all types of food. But if your diet is a high sugar diet, That is not good for you to grow into an old person.
I
Nature
think
ain't always got the best answer. That's why you got a mind. That we actually got
No,
thoughts.
no, 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 no. Hold on. I got to push back on that, Roger,
Go
because
ahead.
your body needs sugar. What happens is too much of anything is bad for you. You
Okay,
can
I mean,
drink too much water, it will kill you. But water is the answer. Water is natural, and it is the perfect solution. Too much of anything is not good for you. So don't blame it on nature. Blame it on the idiots that pervert nature.
Yeah.
no, I
People
mean,
who
I don't
cross
even see that as a real pushback. I think those kind of go along with each other at the end of the day. I don't even see that as a real pushback. I
I'm
definitely
giving you
can work with
pushback,
that
Roger.
because that
I'm giving you.
definitely was my point.
I'm gonna give you pushback, Roger.
I
Yeah,
gotta give pushback a little bit, but
Because
I will say this: it's the undisciplined, right? Undisciplined men either end up in the grave, hospital, or in jail. It's the undisciplinedness of it. So, with the sugar situation, right? If you're not disciplined with it, you're not disciplined with your health. But one thing that there's never can get enough of is that taco, and I'll pass the mic.
Well,
Well,
I want to say,
let me
look,
do a
hold
little
on,
bit
hold
pushback.
on, hold
Hey,
on.
Hold
the
on.
wrong taco will
Okay.
kill you.
Well, let me just say
Let
this
me
though.
Hey,
Well,
let
hey,
Gold
but
go. Let Gold
here,
go. He's been trying to.
I've been trying to, I've been polite,
Yeah, I know, man.
But I would just say this, man. Look, men build men, and when you look at the examples that nature gives, for example, the lion or tigers or whatever have you, they roughhouse and things until it's time to take over a territory. Your community, your family, your home is your territory. So you need to be in your home by the time by the time you've roughhoused and learned, just as Chef has said, you get into your home and your community, which is your home. Now you have to regulate your home and stand on business all day. That's how that goes. When
well,
you
let me just go ahead. Go ahead.
when
nah,
you
go ahead, champ. Go ahead, champ. You've been trying to get into. So if
Yeah,
he's
I want to
done,
go
you get
back
in.
to the sugar thing. What you store in your house, what foods you eat, and everything else can determine the outcome of your life. Bad foods could be immediately put you in the graveyard and everything else. Foods that you store, whether it's vegetables, fruits, and everything else, can save your life and everything else. So I'm gonna land my plane there.
well,
Okay.
I just want to make sure I express to the panel, hey, look, man, um, to Chef's point, men have to move a certain way, and as you continue to live life, you got to make some decisions, and those decisions will speak to how you the decisions you make dictate the life you lead, right? And when you make those decisions, that you have to decide whether they're going to be beneficial to you or whether they're not going to be beneficial to you. And this is why we have these kind of panels. And shout out to the Rodder Report, man, for even having these kind of conversations, because we need to have these conversations amongst men, because men build men. And when we get into these conversations, if we're going to have some pushback about this, that, and other, we are fine tuning a direction. That's what the whole conversation is when it comes to these men, speaking to men and finding a way, because we have to get out there regardless. We are the construction workers. I use that analogy all the time. We are the ones that have to get out there regardless, because we don't have the access to the resources like women and children do. So we have to have these conversations to help fine tune our direction, better our discernment when it comes to living out in this world. And I make it a point to express that, and I hope you, Santana, will learn from being in these spaces from us, as well as we learn from you, because you're fine tuning us as well. You're bettering us by asking these questions, so we can better understand how to address these questions when they come about. Because there are young brothers out here, there are brothers out here who haven't had these conversations, who haven't been able to get to the point of having these kind of conversations. So, hey, shout out to you, brother. It's not a thing where we're battling you or a thing like that. A battle would be a conversation between me and Roger and what Kobe looked like.
Not a real battle, because the truth gonna speak for itself. But let me say this real quick, because look, this is the thing, y'all, and to get more back in alignment with the subject of the show, because I do say a woman's supposed to be a base model wife at 18 years old. If she's not, that's her parents' fault. But once you become 18, everything becomes your fault. So if you ain't got it, you better go get it. Because the last thing I'm trying to hear is your excuse about why you ain't got it. And that's just it. Ain't looking for no excuse. And the thing is, we have been trained to be submissive men because we will take a woman who is not a base model wife. You attract to her, you talk to her, you start some form of relationship with her, and now you stuck because you ain't been taught to get rid of nothing. The women in your family are telling you to stand in it. Well, you don't understand. Well, you don't know what she may have been through. They telling you all kinds of reasons to make excuse for you to not do what you're supposed to do as a man. As a man, sometimes you got to let some people go. And it's hard to get the right woman if you with the wrong one. Because the right woman probably don't want to see you with the wrong woman. She gonna bypass you because you with the wrong woman. She gonna be polite and say, well, I ain't want to interrupt nothing. That makes sense. That's not her being a bad person. She didn't think he was available. So you're gonna have to, you as a man got to make decisions and stop worrying about how everybody else taking our decisions. If we do what's good for men, what's good for women will automatically happen. What's good for children will automatically happen. As long as you're doing what's good for men. When men are submissive, a lot of bad stuff is going to come up. There are plenty of men that are allowing their women to do stuff that they should not be doing. Now, the thing is, as a man, you got to still respect another man enough to leave it alone. A lot of people, the most famous example right now is the whole Sierra thing with what's my man name, y'all? What's my man? Russell Wilson. Look, yeah, he's a multi-millionaire guy, nice looking guy. He got that curly hair that women love and all that good stuff. But he took Sierra. And everybody like, well, Sierra, baby mama, blah, blah, this, blah, blah. Bro, I get where you coming from. But as a man, I got to leave it alone because he married her. Yeah, I'll comment before they got married. But once he got married, man, I got to let it go. Because now I got to respect him being a man to do what he wants to do. If it work out for him, congratulations. If it don't work out for him, man, all you can do is say, I told you so.
Well, this is where I have to have a little bit of pushback. I understand men should have the right to marry who they want, but if we're talking about nation building, and shout out to Will Smith, because actually he's the worst example. So right
at home in Philadelphia.
I just want to put a note in there that actually Will Smith is the worst, because we're about telling the truth here. So when your wife is having your kids writing love letters to your but anyway, back to the point. But if we're talking about nation building, and this is where it gets a little bit dicey, because in the Bible, right, it talks about a story where the men told that man to either put your wife away or y'all got to pack up and move out, because the men understood that this woman is going to be a cancer in our community if left unchecked. So that's the thing. So like, we can't allow the Sierras and the Jada Pinkett's in our community also, just for the fact that they're married, because they're going to influence the children in the ways we don't want, and they're going to influence our wives in the ways that we don't want. And even if our wives still obey us, it's still that level of negative influence that we just don't want to go with. So for me, I would say that yes, as a man you can marry, but there is communal the communal side of that as well, because she can be hell on wheels and she can influence our community. And I'll pass the mic on that.
Well, let me say real quickly. See, I do totally get where you're coming from with that sentiment. And that's what my thing is. As a man, we got to make a decision on is he one of us or not at a certain point. But we can't stop a man from marrying somebody he want to marry. You know what I'm saying? And I think with his case was he met the girl he was infatuated with when he was a youngster. He had a chance to get her, so he went for it.
No, I mean I get that. I get that because anytime, like it's you're always to the point is I get that, and you're never going to win that you're never going to win that argument, because if a dude been masturbating to a chick since he was young on a magazine, he's going to go there, and if a chick been flicking her bead to some dude on a magazine and stuck in her finger with taco with her finger or two, you're gonna lose that every time. But the point is, I'm saying is that there has to be the fallback. So we understand how you feel about this person and that person, but you gotta get out the group though.
Hey, Jordan,
the man
I
cannot
gotta
be
give
above
you
the
some
group.
pushback, brother. I gotta give you some pushback. Jordan sucks. You know what I'm saying? That in reasons of Roger's position. Jordan sucks. Let me talk to you, brother.
Sure.
Look, man.
Yeah, I saw what you did right there. I saw what you did.
Listen. I think Dwayne Wade and Gabrielle Union is worse than Will and Jada. I'm just giving you pushback on that. I think because I mean,
you might be right. Because I mean, she made his son a girl. That is blasphemous. Okay, I can see that.
Mm-hmm.
And there you go. So are we going to say Dwayne Wade? Okay, cool. You marry her. You're your own man, and we going to tolerate that in the community?
No.
Little niggas wearing dresses?
No.
Well, and that's my thing of, at the end of the day, as great as Dwayne Wade is, he did all this stuff from a basketball standpoint. He done made all these millions of dollars. Is he a submissive husband?
Yes.
Absolutely.
I'm saying, based on the evidence, his show looked that way. And I hate to say that about the dude because he come from the Chicago area. But
Wait, what did he do that was submissive? Because I heard somebody say
he was raising I think 3 sons before he got up with Gabrielle Union. Now he's supposedly only raising 2.
Yeah, and
I'm confused.
Union has made it a point to say that she has put groceries on his face and her face.
I mean, what they doing? I in case I misheard, because but what they doing in the bedroom? I mean, I'm not gonna get into all that. But
I get that's kind of weird.
No, it's cool. But some people do weird stuff. My thing is this. My thing is this. As a black man, you are supposed to protect your children. And at the end of the day, there are going to be some kids that's going to go off and do some other things. But what you allow your child to do in your house does speak volumes. I may have had a son. Let's say I had 3 boys, and one of them want to be a girl. Well, you're going to have to become an adult and do that in your own house. You can't do that in mine.
Right.
I'm going to make sure my child is protected enough. And if they really, really want that, they'll do that when they're old.
Yeah. Wait, so does that make him a submissive man to his woman?
Yeah. So a lot of
idea wasn't even in play until they was together, so it looks that way. It definitely looks that way.
I know a lot of times we've been speaking on like direct forms of submission, like an obvious form of submission, but there's a lot of subtle submission when we submit to their ideologies, man. A lot of this stuff, they bombard us with these slogans and phrases and all these stupid ideologies. Like read what we had: the soft girl era, the what else? Rest in my femininity, and I come as a package deal with my kids from another man, and they keep bombarding us. And a lot of times we give in slowly but surely until we're actually agreeing with it, man. And we're submitting on that level where it's not even direct. Like we watch social media and we some of us start believing in this stuff, and we don't even push back against it, man. Because they're emoting, they're saying it so loud, they're being so passionate about it and stuff, and we submit to these ideas. Oh yeah, you can become you become trans. We can make our child become trans. That started as an ideology, I'm pretty sure, and they put it out there, and yeah, Dwayne Wade submitted to it.
Yeah, it's just like a mosquito. A mosquito.
And I'm gonna say the
will
worst
land
one
on
is
you,
probably
right?
happy wife, happy life.
Absolutely.
As if I got to be pulled in to regulate her happiness. Shorty, that's the you thing. You got to learn to be happy on your own. I don't have nothing to do with that. Point blank, period. I can't make you happy. You control your. No. Every person controls their own emotions.
Of course. No, you said the happiness part. You have to contribute to a certain sense of happiness.
Nah, bro, my presence is contributing to that. If you can't achieve happiness and I'm around, something wrong with you.
Listen, it's just like a mosquito, man. A mosquito will land on you. You don't even know it. Next thing you know, it's drawing blood. So to help prevent future mosquito bites, you get some repellent. Here we are with the conversation, brother. We giving you repellent.
Hey, man. Hey, Santana, I don't know if you playing or not. Like, are you living under a rock, or what? Are you playing or what?
No, like how I'll explain.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't. For example, like with the Gabrielle Union, Jado, he doesn't know the details. I don't think he knows about that.
I don't know.
He doesn't know about.
Because I don't know.
Are you asking genuine questions, or you just playing games?
Jado. My thing is, stop expecting people to know what you know.
No. Hey, brother, I'm not even, bro. I don't claim to know much, man. He's like clueless, bro.
That's okay.
That's what it sounds
from
like.
your perspective, he might be, but that's okay.
I don't know, man. I'm suspecting. I don't know. I'm smelling something, bro.
Hold fast. Everybody, let me remind people of this. The audience is the most important people.
For sure.
There's somebody who not gonna know something that somebody gonna say, even if they playing. The best thing to do is get the question answered. So even if the person playing, the person who needed that question asked can get their answer.
Santana, how old are you?
Let me break it down for you real
How
quick.
old is he? How old are you, Santana?
But it doesn't matter, man. It doesn't matter. The point is this, man. Gabrielle Union was taking D-Wade's son to pride parades, and his son is like 8 and 9 at the time. That's the stuff we're talking about. Now D-Wade's son is wearing a dress, makeup, and he changed her name, and now he's talking about getting gender reassignment soon.
Right.
So that's the stuff we're talking about. So in case you don't know that situation, so that's the situation we're talking about.
Right.
But
okay. Yeah.
I just want to.
Let me jump in here real quick.
Let me
jump in here real quick. Because can y'all hear me?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah, we hear you.
All right. This is the reason that I actually jumped up, because this is why my troll senses started going off, and I am actually now talking directly to Santana. It is the perceived naivete that is actually rubbing everybody the wrong way and throwing the conversation off. This is what happened yesterday. We tolerated it yesterday. I'm sorry. You make me feel like you're trolling, and for that, I am going to say no soup for you.
Uh-oh.
Let's continue the conversation.
Okay.
I want to land my plane here. But as American men, black, white, or indifferent, we have been submitting to women on a general level. We've been submitting because we've been allowing 6-foot dudes in fairy dresses reading My Two Dads in our schools. We have submitted by not speaking up about certain issues that we don't talk about when it comes to attacking our children. We submitted to the term toxic masculinity because not enough of us has pushed back on that, right? And it's been a national agenda. So we have been submitting to women.
I wouldn't say that, because there's a lot of men. There's a
We
lot of
have been.
men going to those schools publicly, going to those schools and talking about these things that are going on, and now
Not
it's
enough.
actually turning around where there's in certain states there's laws against it now.
That's more so of Trump and recently than anybody else. I would say
Right,
Trump
but
has done that,
Trump.
but even still, it's prolific. It's even still it's still everywhere, right?
Sure, it is. It's still, yeah. It's a work in progress. I mean, I don't think from one day to another it's going to stop completely. But I think the reason why we're having the results that we're having today is because a lot of men have pushed back. Pastors, military men who care about the family structure, and they have gone to these schools and to these school events, to talk about it, and because they've done that, and it's all over the internet, because they've done that. uh um the White House, Trump has
No,
made a
no,
move.
no. That's people. No, the White House pushed back on one specific thing. Let's not confuse that with people doing stuff. When the White House made it a rule, other people were in position where they had to follow the rule. That's not a general consensus of anybody not submitting anymore. We're talking about men submitting to women in general, not people submitting to the White House. Okay, the issue that men have is that we are too submissive when it comes to women in the first place. Like I said, men don't even break up with women. How are you not submissive and you don't even like the woman, but you won't leave?
No, I
You will
agree
cheat
with
on the woman, but won't leave. You going to complain about the woman, but won't leave. That's submission. You are clearly in a situation that you don't like, yet you won't go. You've submitted to that situation.
you. Yeah, I agree with you.
Well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Today
give
in
you pushback, Roger.
2025, there's more men submitting to the women than there is the women submitting to the men.
I'm gonna give you pushback, Roger, because I agree with you that men don't leave. Right? We know men don't leave. Now, here's my pushback though. When men decide something, they decide. It's not a thing of whether they're submitting to that significant other. They decided to be in this and go for it regardless, because I think men tend to love harder.
Yeah.
And when they go into loving something and desiring to be in something and make it happen, well, they're going to put up with a lot of stuff that they don't want to put up with. I don't know that you can really refer to that as submission to the situation.
Bro, it was submission. It was submission a long time ago. You already knew the woman wasn't right for you, and yet you married the woman. You've been submitted.
Okay. But I get that you. I have a saying: you don't marry looks, you marry the behavior. And to your point, they probably, when they married that person with the ill behaviors, then yes, you are right. That man submitted to those behaviors. Now, when the relationship became one and you are the man leading the relationship and handling the relationship, she's submitting to you. So I don't know. I don't think like he's submitting to her in any fashion, unless he off. If she changed during the marriage, and he stood in the marriage, because men do rarely ever divorce. Well, his mindset is, hey, I decided to stay
Look,
in.
this is the thing. If you the leader of the marriage, everything's fine. If you're not the leader of the marriage, you submitted to her being the leader of the marriage. I don't care what your excuse is for being there. You submitted.
Oh, well, I mean,
Let me jump in here again, if I could, Roger, please.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
All right. So we're talking about this word that we get hung up on, submit or submission. All right. I want to break that up. Submission. All right. There is an overarching mission for the marriage, i.e., there is an agenda for the marriage. All right. Now, whatever your agenda is, it's your agenda. Whoever directs it, that wherever you get your agenda from, is your agenda. Whatever, whoever, fine. Wait. If you have a mission, somebody's mission has to be sub to the overall mission of the relationship. Give you an example. I was in the Navy, served on an aircraft carrier. I was in human resources. My job was to make sure everybody got paid and all their records were right. The mission of my ship was to project force in the world in a certain part of the ocean. That was the overall mission. My mission to make sure everybody's record was straight was sub to the overall mission, but it fueled the overall mission. Now, whoever's mission is at the top, that's who is in charge. And whoever's mission is sub to that mission is who's following. Now, Gabrielle Union had an agenda. Dwayne Wade made his agenda sub to hers, and we know that because we see the results in his son. That's the whole thing. That word submit has tripped up folks over and over and over again, and you just have to simply understand your mission, i.e. your wife's mission, my wife's mission, and she's sitting right next to me, y'all, so I'm not talking anything that she don't hear. My wife's mission is sub to my mission for my overall family. That does not mean that she's subservient to me. That does not mean that she's beneath me. That means her mission fuels and supports the overall mission that I have for my family. Notice I said my family, not our family, my family, because everybody has my last name. And that is what it means to be in a real relationship where you have and understand submission. I'm going to land my plane right there.
Hey,
Yeah,
great
well
work. And thank you for your service,
Well said.
Chef. Thank you for your service, brother. Because, you know, military, and I was military as well. And so was Jado, if you guys don't know in the chat. We were military, so we have a different understanding of what the mission is. And the mission means we have to stand on what the meaning of the mission is. And the meaning, if we're talking about our families, ourselves, and whatever have you, we have to understand the meaning of our mission. The mission is to take care of ourselves and our family, friends, and neighbors, right? And that's what men do. And when men get on their purpose, well, you are sub to that. You are sub to that. Whoever comes into that, you are sub to the purpose. You are to help the purpose. You know, when we go outside and get to work, we go out to work and put on our construction hat. We go to pound that pavement, you know, put the jackhammer to work, and we get out there and make things happen. Well, men go out there consistently to do that, to what? Go back home and do it again. And so their family, his significant other, is charged to assure him that she will be in order, be on his purpose, because it is, like Chef said, his family. She is part of his family. And that's how, that's a military mind, because when you are military, you have a family. And the mission is wherever you're sent to handle the mission, you are part of that. You're sub to that mission. the overarching mission. And that means you have to stay on course. You have to ensure that you handle your part of the mission. And that means quite a bit when you're achieving the mission. And everybody wins. I've said many times over, a man, when he's achieving his purpose, he's on his mission and achieving he's winning. Your significant other will be the benefactor of that win consistently. But you got to give that man the opportunity to win, to continue to desire to want to go out and win, even when he might have some times when he's losing. He might be losing here and there. You can't always win, but you stand in for when you do win, and you can appreciate the win. The significant other is the benefactor or beneficiary of that man going out and putting his hard hat on and continuing to do it every day. And that's what we're talking about here. Not to take any doing. I'm just adding on to what Chef said.
Look, Roger dropped off. See, Mr. X has came on the panel. Mr. X, what's going on, Mr. X? Let's let you get your opening statement.
Yeah, hello, gentlemen. I don't have too much to add. I've been listening to you guys off and on, so you guys made a lot of great points. And one of the things I'm getting at, because you guys are informing the audience, so I don't want to say too much, but I will say that what I get from your discussion is that there's a level of submission that happens in relationships. Still, your job as the man who's leading your family, leading the household, is to be a leader. And to make sure, you don't usurp your position or allow somebody to usurp your position. And I will say this: if you do allow that to happen, and you let the person who is supposed to be subordinate to you as that leader, they're not going to respect you. They're going to take advantage of you. They're going to start doing things outside of what your agenda and where you want the family to go and where you want the community to go. And that's the situation you're going to run into. So you guys are trying to present a balance, which is good, but at the same time, you're trying to make sure that men understand you're not to give up your position as that leader of the household. I'll go ahead and land right there.
Shout out to you, Mr. X. Shout out.
Yeah, appreciate you, brother, because I was trying to tell from the audience for you to get on in there. Shout out to Jado for noticing and making it happen. Appreciate you for doing that, brother. And this is the thing, y'all. Your mission is your mission. Now, I'm not putting out there that people cannot be LGBT, because we live in a country where it's allowed. I don't believe in it. I don't agree with it, but it is allowed in this country. Now, if you take my child and try to make my child LGBT, which my child will have the right to do on their own when they leave my house. Once they leave my house, they can start making their own decisions. But you ain't going to do it in my house because I just don't agree with it at the end of the day. I will kill you rather than allow you to take my child and convince them to be LGBT. And I'm not saying that to be extreme. That's my kid, not yours. Anyone who wants to take my kid, I will put a bullet in you without a second thought. And that's just what it is for me. Because I think that's what men are supposed to do for children. You're supposed to be a protector of your child. So anybody trying to take my kid, I will happily put 30 bullets in you. I don't care. I don't think that's a problem between me and God. I just don't. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying I would murder somebody, but I don't believe me protecting my child is murder. So now you do what you want to do with it on that note.
Well, 50 handled nine rounds. So he might live, Robert.
Bro, when it's my kids, there is no limit to what I'm gonna do.
Well, what's one more? What's one more bullet?
Bro, what's 30 more?
What's 30 more?
It's my kid at the end of the day. What's 100 more? And it's no big deal. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to think in terms like that when it's over my child at the end of the day, because I would definitely never try to take somebody else's child from them and do something that the parents disagree with. I have been in charge of kids and wanted to do some stuff, and their parents said I don't agree with that, and I just don't. I leave it alone because I'm always respect what someone's parents say at the end of the day. But the thing is, men, we get under submission in a lot of different scenarios in life. What is the big deal about a woman being in submission to you? You submit to a lot of stuff. You submitted when you was a child. You understand how submission works. If you went to school, you submitted to your teachers. You submitted to your parents. You submitted to the principal. You eventually got a job. You submitted to your bosses. You own the business. You submitted to some customers. What's the big deal about submission and why your woman, not my woman, why your woman can't submit to you? That don't make a lick of sense to
Hey,
me.
hey, Roger, real quick. Let me clean something up real quick because I'm not sure if I said it, but I intended to say the whole scenario that I gave with Gabrielle Union and Dwayne Wade. I'm just using that as a hypothetical situation. I don't want anyone to believe or think that I know Dwayne Wade or Gabrielle Union or intimate example from the conversation on the show. So because we don't push any false narratives here, none of us, I don't think any of us know Dwayne Wade. I don't think any of us know Gabrielle Union. So my example was a hypothetical. If she had an agenda, then you would see. But I'm in no way, shape, form, or fashion saying that this was these people's intent or that I know any of these people personally. Just want to lay out that disclaimer.
Okay. Yeah. We just using stuff for example purposes, y'all. We just using stuff for example purposes.
Hey, Roger,
And,
can I say something after?
well, let me just say this real quick. And no disrespect to the LGBT, but I don't have to agree with y'all. If you don't like that, you can. Now, I ain't gonna crack that joke. It means too much when you're talking to them specific. But go ahead though. Who's that? Who's that was trying to say something? Was that
Yeah, that was me. That was me. And I just wanted to say something because I know when I got on, you were talking about the 4 hour mark, and we're getting close to it. Um, let me just say that I'm when I see good wisdom, when good wisdom comes my way, I hold on to it, and I want to use it for future references. And I do appreciate what Chef was talking about, the key and the lock, and I was thinking about it, and I think that the big problem is, um, us men, we with time, we are the lock. We shape ourselves to a certain way, and then as he was saying that a lot of a woman should be a clean key, and what's happening is a lot of these women are getting into these locks, and I'm sure you guys have experienced where you put a key inside of a lock, it goes in but it doesn't turn. And I do think that a lot of men are allowing these women, to go and get into to themselves, right, and themselves as the lock, and expecting that key, that woman to turn, which we know that a woman that can turn the key, the key that can turn the lock is a good key, because it unlocks a lot of good qualities of the man. And so a lot of men expect that key to go in and turn the lock and unlock the best of who who he is. And a lot of these women force themselves to, and we know what happens when you force a key into a lock that's it doesn't meant to be. It breaks, right? And I don't know if I'm making sense, but I just want to say that I appreciate that analogy. It's something that I will use in the future, because that's I think that's exactly what's happening. Is a lot of these men are allowing these keys to go inside and try to open the best men of themselves, and they find out that that key is not suitable for that lock to open. um and a lot of men as myself, and a lot of men as men that are on the panel, we have found that key that is able to unlock the best of us as men. And it's a blessing, of course. But
well, I
yeah.
do want to say this, and it's nothing
Hey,
against Chef, because what Chef said was beautifully said. I'm not going to use that because there's already a thing about a key being the male and the woman being the lock, and a lot of people are already
oh,
going to
right.
recognize that. So I'm not going to use that. Now, the reason I say women should be a base model car You know what I'm saying? That's what I be thinking. Base model car, base model wife. See, you supposed to already be able to for somebody to get in and drive when you 18. You supposed to be a car. It should be 4 wheels there. You're not supposed to be 18 years old and you a base model car, but you ain't got no wheels. You're not supposed to be still lacking a suspension. The engine should be there. Now, when she's a woman and I take her on, now the car is starting to fit into my standards. Some people want a sunroof. Some people need a convertible. Some people need a spoiler. So based on the man you are, the extra things will be added on based on what man you are. But at the end of the day, if she's not a base model car, like a base model wife, that is a problem. And my thing is, just because you come from a bad background, don't mean you get to give that over to some man. You can't tell me, well, I was adopted, I don't know my parents, so I'm all messed up in the head. No, what you're telling me is you're broken, so I need to put you down and go find something that works.
I think Black Guru,
your background is not an excuse to not do what you need to do.
And I agree with that completely.
We are not children.
I'm a testament of that, because a lot of people, they use the family. They say, well, you're not able to do this because you didn't have a two-parent house, two-parents household. And I look at that and I'm like, wait a second, I can use my testimony. You know, I grew up in an orphanage as a kid from 4 years old to 14. And then, you know, I didn't have my parents around. I didn't have anybody around to teach me or to show me what it meant, you know, what a man looks like, what a husband looks like. I didn't have any of that. And I grew up, you know, I worked on myself. I observed what other people did. And I made sure that I had a strong mindset. So, you know, I completely agree with you, Roger. Just because you didn't have parents or you didn't have a father around you, you know, don't make excuses for that. Because if I could do it, I'm just a man, just a regular man. If I could do it with no parents, nobody beside me to teach me and to guide me on how to be a man, how to be a husband, how to be a father. If I did it and I didn't have all of that support, and I got married, as I said, I got married as a virgin. I married a virgin. I'm a father of 2 kids. I'm the only provider of my family. I'm the protector of my family. You know, I'm the head of my wife. And if I did it and I didn't have that support, nobody has the excuse of, you know, like you said, you know, I didn't have parents. I was raised in an orphanage, and because of that, I'm this. And you know, it's all about the mind. If you protect your mind, you work on having a strong mindset, and you observe what's around you. Then I think
I don't believe in creating expectations. I don't believe in creating expectations for women that I have for men. I just think that although it sounds great from a male perspective, it's in my view, a historically flawed view of the human condition. Women are not capable of adapting and changing and growing and defying the environment, defying the circumstances, changing the circumstances. Some cases are necessary, fucking destroying the circumstances in the way that men are. So while I appreciate what you described, brother, I don't expect a woman to be as brave and heroic and courageous and defiant as you are as a man. So I don't buy this notion of women being able to outgrow their upbringing and circumstances and all that. If she hasn't been raised to some degree as a wife, then you don't have any business being with that woman. You don't have any business expecting that woman to outgrow her circumstances. She's going to fail in almost 99% of the chances. And she's not going to really even make a valid effort to be any greater than what she's already is and what she's already been raised to be.
Well, you know what? My thing is, if she's not fit, she's broken. So I won't be there. I won't be around to see how it turns out. So
Exactly. But that's exactly my point. Look, the reason why I am pro passport and pro SYSBM is because I don't believe in this thing about brothers expecting these women to outgrow the bullshit that has happened. This shit has gone on for 60 years, man. 60 years. I've seen all of it. We're 3-4 generations into this shit. There's no breaking this. There's no growing out of this amongst these women. The only way through is for you to venture out into the world and make yourself so competitive in the world, not just in this country, in the world, where you change the circumstances in which the women are being born and bred, such that for survival purposes, they must submit to you. And that's going to be generations in the making. No female I would say past the age of 4 or 5 years old today really has much of any chance of being any better than what she is beyond that point. That's just what I've seen as a 64-year-old man.
And I'm definitely not gonna tell you wrong, but I will say this, y'all. There's a reason I specifically teach on black women.
Mute yourself. You're echoing.
Maybe your volume might be too loud, but yeah, it's a big echo, man.
I think that's Black Guru, because when he came, he just muted and didn't see the echo gone, which is fine. And we'll go a little bit longer for Black Guru because that's how he is over here. Okay.
We going to 6 o'clock?
No, we going for while he's good, and we'll figure that out as we go. Okay, right now we still on air because Black Guru happened to join. Okay, if he didn't happen to join, we already hit the 4-hour mark, and I'll be shutting this down right now. So y'all thank Black Guru that y'all still got some more show to go. Okay, but let me say real quick, shout out to Afro National, who came in with the $2.57 Trail Bentley tax. He said, OT tax, appreciate you big time, my brother. And shout out to Moan. Now, I don't know who Moan is, okay? But Moan been listening for a while, obviously. Because Moan says, Bears 017 fun, hashtag go Bears. I don't know who you is in the chat, Moan. But I got something for you. I got something for you for that one. That was dirty, bro. That was dirty.
Oh, that was funny right there. Oh, that was funny right there.
Okay.
Shout out to them Bears.
Hey, Roger, let me just say that I would like to help support the channel, but I don't have Cash App or anything like that. You need to set up super chats.
That all comes in time. It'll be here soon.
Yeah,
I ain't gonna explain it all right now, but we got to go a little further before we get the super chats available.
Hey, Raj, I want to throw in something real quick, man. The military gentleman kind of sparked something in me, and also Black Guru as well. Shout out to you guys. As far as the mission, Chef Mike, you just brought it up. Man, I think it might be very good. Black Guru talks about this having a mission, having your own direction of where you want to go with your life and stuff. And then in the military, most units or commands or whatever you want, they have a mission statement. It's the overarching statement of what we're here for. What are we doing here? What are we trying to accomplish? And then, man, maybe black men can make their own mission statement. If you get married, you can make a family mission statement. And, you can get it as creative as you want to be. You know what I'm saying? You can maybe make it to where it's fun or whatever way you want to do it. Make that statement, and maybe, you, your wife, kids, or you and your wife, or whatever, y'all can read it every now and then. Maybe have a song to make it a song or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And they kind of keeps you focused. And again, You come up with it. It's the mission statement that you come up with. And like I said, you can do it, I don't know, on your anniversary, or you can do it bi-weekly, whatever way you want to do it. But that's something that kind of keeps people level set and like, what are we here for? What are we doing? You know, just something to think about, you know, just something to
Yeah,
throw
I
out there.
agree with what you're saying because let me just say this:
Yes,
a
sir.
lot of people ask the question. I've been to quite a bit of panels, and this is one of the common questions: what do we do, or how do we fix this problem that we're having with family and marriage and divorces and all that? How do we fix this? And I've asked that question, and there was one time somebody said this: look, you're fixing whatever the question you're asking, how do we fix this? You are fixing. We as men, as yourself, men as men of this panel, we are doing our part. That's all we can do. We're not going to be able to fix women. We're not going to be able to change the way they live their life. All we can do is uh, um, we're fixing by being an example ourselves. So yeah.
But that was actually a good response from whoever did that. But I'm gonna say, yeah, you fix the problem. It's coming to the Roger Report Live. Because whether y'all done figured it out or not, I'm telling y'all what it is. I'm telling y'all what the rules are. Now the thing is, do you accept them or reject? Because I'm not asking people to do something that's incredible. Telling you to test your newborn babies is not crazy. They're your babies. You gonna sign up to pay for these kids if you sign that birth certificate, whether it's your bloodline or not. All I'm saying is get your baby tested before you sign the birth certificate. What's the big deal? Okay.
What's the big deal? Okay.
You know, go ahead, back
Can I speak to something? I appear to disagree with something that Chef said earlier about D Wade. I just want to make this broader point. I am very tired of seeing these bitch-made black male celebrities like D Wade, like Steph Curry and whatever, with these women out here misbehaving, and then everybody focus on the women. Everybody focus on the misbehavior of the women. Look, if you can let a woman turn your son into a girl, you are a bitch-made man. I'm putting that all on you. I'm not putting any of that on Gabrielle Union. You let a woman come into your home and turn your son into a girl? That's all on you. That's all on you. All that bullshit that Aisha Curry is doing, running her mouth, talking all that bullshit, that's all on Steph. That's all on Steph. And I have to figure, if you're letting these women run afoul with their mouths like that, you must like that shit. You must like your son walking around in a dress and some lipstick on or whatever and getting his nut sacks clipped. You must agree with that. You must want that.
Hey,
So no, I believe putting that full load on these Negroes who are letting those women publicly represent that. I put all of Michelle Obama's bullshit on Barack. All of it. Every bit of it. I have to assume he liked that shit. He's with that shit.
well, what I would
You know
say
what?
what? Go ahead, Chef. Go ahead, Chef. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So this is one of the reasons I love coming to the Roger Report Live. See, I can accept what Black Uru just said because you know what? He's right. He's absolutely right. Although it sounded good, my analogy sounded good, it was not focused in the right direction. And Black Uru, I really do appreciate you because you bring that elder wisdom that makes us all sit back and go, okay, let me reset and think about this. You're absolutely right. It is on Barack. It is on D Wade. It is on me if I accept this bull. I cannot blame the woman and then be upset because she won't follow me. You're absolutely right, Black Uru. Thank you, sir.
Well,
I
got some
appreciate
pushback.
you always.
I got some
And
pushback.
hold on, I want to address something real quick because it was put in the chat that aren't men supposed to, basically was a statement along the lines of aren't men supposed to protect and provide. And see, that's part of some of the mess that we accept. You protect and provide to those you lead. Anytime somebody's talking about protection and provision without talking about leadership, you are getting scammed. That is what the goal is. I'm tired of people saying protect and provide without leading. I protect and provide for those I lead. Anything else is charity.
Right.
Now, if you want to give charity, that's fine. And what Black Ooh is saying is one of the reasons I say it. And people who've been rocking me for a while, y'all know good and well, I've been saying when women talk about stuff, I say, let me talk to your husband. Because it is on your husband at the end of the day. I've made plenty of examples about if I had a car accident with a woman and she got a husband, I'm going to talk to her husband about what we going to do about this. I'm not talking to her.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't the captain. Let me talk to the guy in charge. Okay? I don't really want to talk to some woman. Let me talk to the man in charge. Point blank period. And I don't care what y'all think. I don't care what y'all want to say about equality. At the end of the day, every time something come up where some responsibility got to be taken, a woman will talk all day long about how she equal, but as soon as a responsibility show up, she ready to throw that off to the dude. So I ain't gonna play about it. Nah, I want to talk to the dude in charge. And if you somebody's wife, it ain't you.
I had some pushback because in part I agree that you can put part of it on the man. I because he's deciding to stay in that. Now, but here's my pushback. A man will, provided he asked the woman to be his wife, he goes into that relationship, and provided he's seen that he was accepting of her behavior, and at the time her behavior was probably on point for him. He didn't notice it. So as time went, he's seen something different. Now he's compromised because now he's looking at it's just like Will. He has a lot to lose, perceivably, and he's saying, "Oh man, I don't know if I want to divorce this because this is what comes along with this. There's a lot that comes along with this divorce." He's compromised in that situation. I'm not saying you're wrong in putting it on the man, but I'm saying it doesn't always lay out that way.
Wait a minute. So we gonna make excuses now? Is that what we doing?
Excuses? No, no, I'm not making.
I mean, what you trying to say, bro?
I'm just saying we can't put it all. Look, these are grown people, right?
Bro. When a wife is a wife, that's what the territory that the man signed up for. Whatever she do is his problem.
I get it, but I'm saying when you're in a relationship and you are two grown people, and you're saying to your wife, time went, and she started out great. For years she was great. Then all of a sudden there was a switch, and now she's flocking with the birds.
But go P. Let's say we don't know each other, bro.
Yes,
you
sir.
Married at the time.
Right.
Your wife do something. You think I ain't coming to see you about it, bro?
I agree with you.
I hear what you're saying, bro. But if she married, I'm talking to her husband, bro. And if he don't want to fix the problem, we finna have an issue. I'm not finna look at her. I'm looking at her husband, bro. So regardless of what she's representing at the time, as long as you're married to her, it is your problem.
I got you. But what I'm saying is, I'm speaking to what Black Guru was saying. That's what I'm speaking to.
I think that's included, brother. If you still married to her, that's how your wife is representing you and your family.
I'm not saying the man isn't responsible for what his wife's actions are. I'm saying, and yes, you are right by saying, yes, I got to talk to her husband because her husband is the leader of her family. But what happens when you talk to the husband and the husband says, Roger, man, it has been such a battle. And she started out wonderful. Now I don't know how to handle this because her behavior has changed the dynamic of the relationship. Now, I've been in this relationship for some time now, and this is all new to me now, and I don't know how to handle this. I came into this relationship genuinely. I was, and I'm not one who wants to be divorced. How do you handle that, Roger?
And Roger, have you seen the videos of these? And I don't know how much of this is capping. I don't know how much of these women are actually just putting up a show. But have you seen these videos of these women on TikTok making these videos talking about how perfect they have it, how perfect, they have this husband that is perfect. He does everything for them. And then, but for some reason, they just want to leave the marriage. Now, in that situation, are you going to the man?
If she's leaving, she's no longer his wife. If she's not left, she is your wife. If it's your wife, I'm coming at you.
Right,
It's
but
that simple at the end of the day.
if you're doing
You're going to either
everything right,
correct your wife or you're going to leave your wife. So if it's a correction, I don't have no issue. If you haven't left your wife, then guess what? You the man in the scopes. It come with the territory of having a wife.
right? But you
Life
go
is
to
not
the man,
fair.
and you go to the man, and the man says, "Look, man, like Gold said, she was like this from the beginning. We've been married for 10 years, and now all of a sudden, I've been doing all of this work. I'm a good man. I provide, I protect, I do all the things that a man should. And now after 10 years, she changed her ways, and now she's acting this way. She's making these decisions and all of that. I mean, you still gonna go to the man,
Bro, if they married, I'm going at them. Period.
Okay, Roger. You came to the man. Yes, sir. You came to I'm the man. You came to me and said, hey, Go P, your wife is out of order or something along the lines of that. And I say to you, hey, Roger, man, look, man, I am thankful you come to me. I'm at my wit's end. Okay,
cool. Let's do this. Let's do this real quick, Go. Let's do this because we about to end the show because Black Guru done dipped. Okay, but let me let's do this. Let's do this. Me and her work at the same location.
Yes, sir.
She done hit me a couple times. I don't play around without that getting his stuff. So my thing is, I'm coming at you because your wife won't keep her hands off me, bro.
Okay.
Point blank. Period. Now I'm coming at you, and you gonna give me a story about you can't do nothing about it. You think that's gonna be okay?
No. I'm gonna give you I'm gonna tell you, like, Roger, man. She hit on you, man. Man, I've been dealing with this problem. I don't know. I don't want to be divorced because I love her, man. I'm at a wit's end. Can you help me with? I mean, you telling me this is not the first. I'm trying to. I need somebody to help me with this, and I have nowhere to turn. And here you are coming to me with the conversation, telling me that my wife has been hitting on you. Do I go out? Do I turn around in front of her, or do I close the block on her?
Oh, I mean, I'm probably gonna have to knock your wife out then, and then I'm probably gonna have to knock you out. Not saying I would easily knock you out. I'm not saying that, y'all. What I'm saying is she gonna keep hitting on me. I done went to the husband to try to correct the problem. The husband done told me he can't get the problem corrected. So basically, he just told me do what I need to do. And now that I done hit his wife, because he is a husband, I'm going to see him. Because I already know, respectfully, he should be coming to see me. So I'm just going to beat you to the punch, just going to see you.
Okay, well, I'm just saying it's not as cut and dry.
Yeah,
the problem going to have to get resolved. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. The problem going to have to get resolved.
I'm with you on that. It's just not as cut and dry.
Yeah, that's where I was trying to get. Yeah.
Some problems are ugly and they take a little work and they not nice to fix, but they got to get fixed.
I'm with you on that.
So to me, it is cut and dry.
But how do you address the man when he tells you he's genuine in asking you for some help? You don't know the man from a can of paint.
I do get that. And maybe I got a recommendation of where you can send your wife. But at the end of the day, if you telling me as a man that you cannot correct the problem that I'm addressing you with, I got to handle it. And now I got to come handle you because I done did it to your wife and you're going to want to do something to me because it's your wife. And that's just the game we got to play.
Yeah, but you don't have to do it to her, Roger.
Yes, I do, because the problem ain't correct.
She hitting on you. So you mean you got to run up in her, Roger?
No.
She ain't gonna be hitting on me, bro.
Look, his wife, my wife then came to you, and she's getting at you. You met her at the store. Your analogy.
No, hold on. I'm not saying hitting on like she trying to have sex with. I'm saying hitting me like she's physically touching me. Bro, your wife ain't gonna be hitting on me, bro. I'm gonna respectfully come to her husband so he can get that resolved. And if he say anything along the fact, well, I can't, she just like that. You see what I'm saying? Because men will say, well, she's just like that. And she ain't gonna be like that with me, bro.
No, Roger. She's gonna come at you, not in that manner. She's gonna come at you trying to give you that thing, bro. She's gonna try to come get shit. Why would she just start hitting on you, man? No, she has
there's women who are just violent in general. Now, if she was hitting on me and I came and told your wife is hitting on me, I mean that don't mean I gotta have sex with her, but I would tell you, you know what I'm saying? Because that's your wife at the end of the day. So that is your business. If your wife is trying to have sex with another man and you're married to her, that is your business. So yeah, I would tell you.
He comes to you for you come to him and tell him, hey man, your wife is hitting on me, brother. And he says to you, Roger, man, I love her, man. I love her. To death do us part, bro. I need help, man.
No, I am not saying I'm gonna have sex with the man's wife. No, I'm not saying that at all. Okay.
He hitting on you, I'm kind of hitting on you mean, hey, she's trying to give you that thing, man.
No, I feel you. But
fighting.
Okay, no, I get you, and I want to make sure we address both scenarios. So we both what we thought each other was talking about is both getting addressed. Okay, I'm not gonna sleep with your wife just because she won't stop. Okay, but at the end of the day, let's keep it real. A lot of men would, and they're gonna use the excuse that she wouldn't stop is why I did it. Not saying that it's the right thing to do, but I ain't gonna do that. I didn't got past sleeping with some random man's wife. I don't want to do all that. You know what I'm saying? There's too much stuff to go along with that at the end of the day.
Roger, do you hold that? Do you hold that man accountable when he's doing everything possible to hold everything together, but she's just not going with it? Do you hold him accountable?
Yeah, I hold you accountable for your wife. If it's really that serious, you wouldn't still be married.
Okay.
Yeah, but he can be one who men in general don't divorce, right?
But at the same time, I don't think it's that easy though. I mean, if a man has been with his wife for 10, 15 years and then all of a sudden she changes for some reason, maybe she's giving years to other women, single women, she's hanging out with single women and single women are, putting stuff in her ears and she's buying all that shit. And he's doing everything possible. How do you hold him accountable when he's doing everything right?
And she's in Cali. If she's in Cali, that 10-year mark is.
That's hilarious.
That's funny.
But at the end of the day, y'all, life ain't fair.
Yeah.
Yeah. True.
And my thing is, we got to take your ego out the situation. It ain't personal; it's business. It's your wife. I got to holler at you.
Yeah, I don't know why we kind of look for loopholes and exceptions and all that stuff, man. It is what it is. And I'd say this, man, women say that type of stuff too, man. Like, oh, this man just changed all of a sudden.
Right.
No, they didn't. It doesn't work that way, man.
Yeah.
So yes, the man's accountable. Yes, he's gonna, yes, I come to the man regardless. We want to make these loopholes and stuff like that. That woman did, and okay, maybe she did change after 10 years, but most of the time that's a complete lie, man. People rationalize things when things are already got to that point to make themselves feel good, to kind of ease their ego. They start rationalizing things. That didn't happen.
Yeah.
And my thing is, as long as your wife, you got a problem to fix. If you don't fix your problem, then the world gonna fix it how they want to. I believe that deep in my heart. That's how I was raised as a child. We are disciplining you because we don't want the world to have to. That's what they told me. Okay. So I'm gonna discipline my wife so the world don't have to.
Hey, Roger. I'm getting ready to push out, man. Hey, I
We all
appreciate
pushing out.
you.
We all pushing
Hey,
out.
look,
You ain't got to worry about that.
listen, Roger. Listen, Roger. I'm getting ready to push out, brother. And I appreciate everybody on the panel. I got to go get this Kobe workout on.
I knew something was coming.
Setting it up, what?
Mr. Roger, I got to
sucks,
run
man.
out as well. Please get that super chat stuff going so I can support the channel. I did subscribe, so that way I can come back.
No,
and
I appreciate it, brother. Brother, I done had many channels, y'all. I gotta get this one, the latest one. I gotta get it to 1,000 subscribers first. So we getting there pretty quick. We moving pretty quick. The first episode on this channel was June 3rd. We getting there pretty quick. It'll be here in no time, y'all. It'll be here in no time. So don't even worry about that. But since you said that, if y'all are listening, make sure y'all subscribe to the channel. Understand we do this Monday through Fridays, 9 a.m. Chicago time, not where you happen to live. Okay. So let me well, matter of fact, just a closing statement from everybody. But Gold P done made his. He done made his already. So
like that, Roger.
It's like that. So Mary, you go ahead and say what you want to say as a closing statement. I'm gonna get Juddo next, but I'm gonna say Mr. X for last. Okay. So go ahead, my brother. This is your closing statement. Jado right after him. Then we're gonna get Mr. X.
Wait, who's first?
You. If you got anything else?
Well, I just want to thank you, man. Thanks for what you're doing. I'm new to the channel, but I can sense the energy that you're trying to do the right thing, and you're having good men in here. I'm sure in the future some troll will pop up and ruin everything, but it looks like you're trying to run your channel in a way that is productive for ourselves, for whoever is on the panel, and for the listeners as well. I appreciate what you're doing. Jay, Gold, Mr. Axe, and Roger, nice to meet you. And man, keep doing what you're doing, and let's change the world the way we can, little by little. So that's my 2 cents.
Yeah, I'll say great topic once again, Roger. I want black men to consider again that mission statement, and also consider all the subtle ways, the ideological ways that we submit to women, to black women in particular, but women in general. Most of it is nonsense. Consider making that mission statement for your own life. And then if you get married, you might want to modify it to, being a married man. And you have children, you might want to modify it to include your children as well. And read it, you guys recite it periodically and keep you on track. Like, comment, and subscribe, and share the content. That's all I got.
I think Mr. X was next. Mr. X, are you there, brother? Mr. X. You was like, because Roger said I can't give a closing statement. Everybody, we're quiet.
Okay, that's what I'm finna say, y'all, because I'm dealing with something else right now. Jado, did you make your closing statement?
He did.
I sure did, brother.
Mr. X, did he make one?
Not yet. I was called.
He might be occupied right now.
Maybe he occupied, y'all. But it's been a great week. I'm gonna say that, y'all. It's been a fantastic week over here at the Roger Report Live from an overall perspective. Let's make sure we do a little better about talking over people in general. We shouldn't need chefs to come up here and open hand slap us or anything like that, y'all. Let's let's get it together as panel members.
Hey, I didn't get slapped this time, Roger. So
he really didn't. He really didn't. But we shouldn't have to make him come up and say nothing, though. We shouldn't have to do that.
Well, that's on you, Roger.
I'm gonna accept that because technically it's my show, so I'm gonna accept that.
You can't get out of that one, Roger.
I'm gonna accept that. But I'm gonna wish all y'all a great weekend. Real talk. We'll be back Monday morning, y'all. We'll be back Monday morning. So make sure you like the video before you get up out of here. If you new and you want a marathon, Just go watch some of the old stuff. We've been doing this since June 3rd. It's more content there for you, y'all. It's more content there. Shout out to my main man, Trail Bentley. Appreciate you, big brother. Appreciate you, big brother. Okay. Trail be helping me get money in my pocket with his 57-cent tax. So that's the big bro right there. Y'all have a good weekend, though. Long live the habitual line steppers. I'm Roger. I'm right. And I'm out.
We out.